It's hard to reach your goals when your teams are pulled in too many directions. With Asana, tasks and company-wide goals are in one place, so everyone's aligned. Try Asana, a smarter way to work.
Welcome back to the TFC Business Show live at the Franchising Licensing Asia 2025. I'm your host Reggie, aka your Chief Financial Coconut. Shout out to all of you tuning in through our stream on YouTube and LinkedIn. And if you are around the booth at AD37, come and look for us. We are doing a business survey as the day goes on. But today, this panel is the one that I'm most excited. Okay, I will share with you why. Okay, so today we're going to talk about Borneo business expansion, and I was very, very lucky to have been invited to 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿𝐻. I visited 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐻 and I also visited 𝐭𝐻 𝐾𝐿𝐻 through some of the very hardworking agencies here, right? So Statos and Sabah Trade both are working very hard to try to bridge businesses from both sides, and they invited TFC over. So it was quite eye-opening to see that there are a lot of opportunities, you know. Don't just stick to Johor. So yes, later we'll invite, very exciting to invite some of the Borneo entrepreneurs to share with you their life experience, their view, how has Borneo improved and progressed, and what's the opportunity going forward. Okay, joining me is my co-host Dave. Would you like to introduce yourself for our audience?
Yeah, hi, my name is Dave. I'm the author of Minimalist in the City, a minimalist financial coach. So today I'm very excited to be co-hosting this session because the only impression I have of East Malaysia is actually 𝐻𝗻𝐿𝐻𝐿. That is the
But 𝐻𝗻𝐿𝐻𝐿 is the tallest mountain in our
Southeast
area.
Asia. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's why it's on the state flag, and a lot of people actually just need the mountain to live a good life, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so very excited. We are together with Janice from Borenos, right, and William from 899 Manufacturing,
Yes.
which have done a lot of other products.
Yeah.
So for our audience that don't know you, would you like to introduce yourself?
All right. Hi, I'm Janice Yeo from Borenos Fried Chicken. And then we've been around for 10 years in Sabah. So we do fried chicken and we...
Don't know how to explain further. We do fried chicken lah, the best fried chicken around. That's it, right?
That's what they say. And
Yeah.
they say, when you come to Sabah, you must try Borenos fried chicken. Otherwise, you won't feel that you're going to Sabah.
It is very nice, right? But recently you guys have expanded outside of Sabah.
Yes.
Right. So where are you now? What's
We're
the top
in
process?
KL last year, December. Our first outlet is in Puchong.
Puchong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Why
And then
Puchong? Of all places, because I stay at Subang. So I got understanding of Malaysia. Yeah. But is there some thoughts around this?
Yes, I think Puchong is a place that people think that is a place where it's a makan heaven, right? So if we are able to survive there, I think we can survive anywhere.
Okay, it's what they call 一级战场, right? First year competition. If you can survive, you can go anywhere. Yes. We'll
Yes.
come back to your expansion story in a
Alright.
moment. Yeah.
Okay.
For our audience that don't know you, William, could you introduce?
Sure. My name is William. I am from 899 Manufacturing, and we are part of NEX EcoVentures. So what we do in Sarawak is that we are still consider ourselves as a newbie in the market. We ventured into agriculture space. Under our NEX EcoVentures branding, we have the primary agriculture, where we plant. Then we have the food processing business. And the last mile itself is agro-industrial waste management. So we cover from upstream all the way to downstream, all the way to recycling. So we are actually an ecosystem-friendly kind of business structure. Yeah, it's pretty new. We started our business in 2018, market exploration. 2020 only we started the entire structure. And today we have our products on the table. You know, we are starting to get scaling up. You know, market expansions, everything's happening. This year is very happening, and we very grateful that Statos invited us over to join this event. It's a wonderful event and something to brighten up, market expansion also.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are some of the products that you are pushing at this point in time?
At this point, we focus on 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐻. Now, 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐻 is a Peruvian product. It's a Peruvian plant, wild by nature, and they labeled this as a superfood. Why is this a superfood? Because of the rich omega-3, 6, 9. Now, omega-3, where do we get omega-3 today from? Salmon. What if today you turn to become a vegan? So this plant produces the highest omega-3 in the world. That's why it is labeled as superfood. So we push this 𝗏𝗏𝐻𝐿𝐻, we plant ourselves, we manufacture ourselves, and we distribute from Borneo, Cebu. So that's how our focus on. Then we have our waste management as well. We do larvae breeding, and then we turn into animal feed. So all these venture, we actually tag along with ESG. We tag along with sustainability, environmentally.
I feel like you're going listing already, You got all
Hopefully.
the right terms, all the hits, and all that.
That's why when we look at our directions, we always focus on number one is UNDP, United Nations Development Program, on the sustainability statements, zero hunger, or the farm wasteland to usable land, all these things. Then when we look into Sarawak, we focus on post-COVID pandemics scheme program, which is launched by Abang Jo, our premier. So our business are all structured towards that direction because we believe that is the future of the market space. So it's very difficult for us to start off, but we are glad that I'm still here.
Yeah.
We look forward
Of course,
No.
of course. And that's why you're here. So we are going to dig your brains, both of you, to get a better sense of like how does this work, in Borneo, and
Yeah.
how can Singaporeans participate with you in your ventures, or what is the kind of business landscape?
Yes,
Okay, so we'll
definitely.
go there in a moment.
Sure.
But I do want to understand, at this point in time, because you never get the opportunity to go Borneo, right? So you only go there as a tourist, to climb.
Yeah.
What is your sense of like business environment there, or like what do you see as a potential, or you have no feel around these things?
I don't have a feel, because the last time I went there was like 10 years back. So I guess 10 years ago, I think a lot of things has changed. So my impression of it to me in Sabah, it feels like a adventure tourism kind of thing. So you can do like diving, all this stuff. So the food scene probably will be like seafood, all this stuff. Yeah, so that is my memory of Sabah. Yeah, so it'll be good that you can give us some flavor of like what is the business scene in Sabah and
Yeah.
Sarawak. Yeah.
But you're just to be very clear, it's different, Sabah and Sarawak is
Yeah,
different.
yeah,
It's
different,
a brother
different.
relationship.
different.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
sometimes a lot of love, sometimes quarrel.
Well,
it's like
it's still
that.
love.
There's still love. Okay,
It's still love.
net is still love. Yes. But
Yeah.
maybe I know I don't want to impress upon you that you are the sole representative
So Sabah.
of the state. But on this panel, you are.
You are,
right.
yeah.
So help us understand, like how is the business landscape? How has it evolved over time?
Yeah.
From your, your various optics.
All right. Dave was right. Recent 10 years, Sabah has been developing very fast. And actually, I'm a Sabahan, but I've been staying in Singapore for 30 years. So since very young, I have my education here. So every year when I go back to Sabah, and I just love the nature, the mountain, Mount Kinabalu, and
Yeah.
the sea. So when we come back to Singapore and tell friends about Sabah, they don't know where is Sabah. They don't know what is Sabah about. So that make us that, we want to promote Sabah. So just 16 years ago, my brother Kenji and he and his wife came to Sabah to enter into the tourism industry. And because we have the love for Sabah, so we started a business and we do inbound tourism. So we'll get people from all over the world to come into Sabah for that. So because we find that Sabah is an underrated place, so I think people in the world have to know about us. And then 10 years ago, I go back to Sabah to start F&B business, because we find that not only the international business, we want to do a local business, the local market. That's how. And then we were thinking, what shall we enter? What kind of business? And everybody loves food, right? So we go into F&B, and then what else? What kind? So I think almost everybody, other than vegetarian, can eat chicken. All right. So chicken will be something safe for us. So that is how we started Borenos. Then, yeah.
And the chicken is a subsidized protein in Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
the margins from a business standpoint is relatively healthy, right? Is that a fair statement? Or you
from
think
that
because
point-
it's competitive, so it's very hard to price?
Because Sabah is in Borneo, so one of the things that it brings to our challenge is the everything is like export, right? We have to import everything from
take from
West
Peninsula,
Malaysia.
okay.
Yeah, so that also eat in quite a bit of our profit. So everything there is almost 15 to 20% more expensive. Sometimes it can go up to 25% or 30%.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are actually at a very quite disadvantaged situation.
So maybe help me understand a little bit on the supply chain side of the business, right? So you say that, okay, when you bring in, of course I get it, right? There's the tax, there's the shipment, there's all those kind of stuff in between, to bring the product over. But how many % of your business actually brings in, products from Peninsula or outside of Borneo? And how does that look like from a supply chain management standpoint?
Yeah. So for us, right? So first we started how we come up from the name Borenos. So Borenos, Borenos, come from the word Borneo. All right, and then we play around with that and add the S for Sabah, Sarawak, and also Semenanjung. Okay.
Everybody has to get that.
So the three S.
Yeah, so it covers all parts of Malaysia. So we want to be the brand of Malaysia. Yeah, but we start from where our home ground first. So what we do is that initially when we started out 10 years ago, actually Sabah is a place that not very highly, the technology is not very high. So it's like maybe 10 to 15 years behind West Malaysia or 20 years behind Singapore. So I really have challenges to find the suppliers there because I have no connection. And also when I go online, everything is like, no, the number you call is not available. So, but it has changed over the 10 years. Now they are really, you can find them already. So those days, 10 years ago, is quite difficult. And what we have in mind is we want to support the community of Sabah, the businesses of Sabah. That's why we insist that getting fresh locally bred chicken from our local farms, and it has to be fresh, it's not frozen. So when you talk about the margin wise, of course frozen will be much more affordable for us, but because of the quality that we insist, so people are finding us crazy. Are you sure? Actually suppliers, they are not willing to supply us. It took me quite some time, a few years to get suppliers to supply me fresh chicken. They're willing. So that was quite a difficult time. And then for our vegetables, we get from our, we call it 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿. It's just like Cameron Highland from West Malaysia. It's 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿 in Sabah.
Place,
yes, it's near 𝐬𝐿𝐾𝐼𝐻. So we have the very fresh vegetables that we use. So when people come to Borenos, they know that they are very rest assured. Quality, freshness is something they are looking for.
Yeah. The 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿 has this milk brand called 𝐷𝐿𝐿.
Yes.
It's the best.
Yeah.
Okay, but milk very hard to export. It's a very difficult business. The margins are very low, so you will never see it here lah. It's very hard. They will see processed products, you know, but it's the best. So we've tried it. The mountain flavor is there. I don't know how to describe it, but you must go. If you go to 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿, you must experience it. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. So how has the kind of F&B landscape evolved then?
Yeah. So 10 years ago, when you come to Sabah, it's usually the 𝐭𝐮𝐬𝐢𝐻𝐿, which like the 𝐵𝑒𝐻𝑜𝐻𝑚𝑖 in Singapore is pork noodle, and then we have seafood, very nice seafood, and then not much, and then tuaran or temporary mee. So these are the few that people will go for. But for us, when we enter into F&B, we say chicken, and we have this fast food brand that is really a big daring dream that we step out. Yeah, and while we are looking at the brand, shall we name it like? Okay, before that we were thinking whether shall we bring in franchise or we shall have our own brand. Yeah, so in the end we decided to have our own brand because we want to support the local businesses, as well as there will be influx of we can maintain the economies because we no need to pay royalty fee out of Malaysia. Hopefully this small bit that we can do our part in that lah.
No, like you're hoping one day you franchise out, then they pay you a small fee.
Correct. Yes. So that is one of our reasons. And then so
Great. Later we'll go into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. William, well, how has the kind of business landscape in Sarawak evolved? And specifically, you're from Miri, Cebu area. Cebu area. So, like, how has that kind of evolved? Because I know the system is very different, you know, across. Yeah.
So, probably have to start off by sharing with you. Prior to 2018, I worked in Singapore. Right, I'm in Singapore. I work for private equity.
All our Borneo friends here all go home and set up their own business.
Yeah, exactly.
And all do very well.
Well, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2018, I left Singapore. I worked as a corporate secretary for a private equity house. And when I went back to Sarawak, my intention is just to accompany my aging parents. Well, they're still there. All right. So the intention is just to accompany them. None of my family members are entrepreneur. None of us are in the line of F&B. None of us, right? So I would say I'm the first one, right? So then when I went back that time, my intention is just to chill out, you know, not doing anything, just accompany my parents. And you know how the currency works, right?
Yeah.
You know, when you go back, there's
I know how the currency
Right.
works. Yeah.
So-
Arbitrage.
I stayed in KL for many years, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Dual arbitrage. Yes.
Yeah. So out of sudden, my elder brothers wanted to start off business, and that's how I started. You know, when you put your money onto the table, that's how you got to keep your eyes on the money. You know, so our starting point is very difficult. Now we don't have connections because I was born in Miri, and I stayed in Miri for the 18 years and moved to KL. When I go back to Cebu, it's because my parents moved back to Cebu. So I have zero connections, nothing's in Cebu. And we don't have any persons doing business, so my connection is very bad. You know, no connection with the governments, no connection to any type of business. So we started by exploring different kind of business. What can we do? You know, end of the day, we realized agriculture is way forward. Why? Because we believe that today, if you are rich, right, you have vegetable and meat on the table. If you are poor, you have vegetable on the table. So vegetable is still on the table, right? So right,
Vegetable is still on the table, according with tempeh.
exactly right. I mean, this is the fact. You know, we cannot get out from these vegetable things, right? So we started with vegetable. We farm vegetable, we grow vegetable, and then I realized that hey, I cannot compete with person who has 10, 20 years of experience planting cucumber. So what should we do? Then I started to look at what are the different type of products that we can look into, what are the things they can grow. Then I landed on 𝐸𝐻𝐸. Easy to take care. You imagine I'm person holding pans, and now in a farm. Oh, I don't look like a farmer, right? Judging from the size of it, but actually go to the field, right? So imagine you are not a planter, and now you are planting something. You know, you need to find something which is wild by nature, easy to take care. So that's how we started with 𝐸𝐻𝐸. So when we look into the business, so we face a lot of difficulties, right? But good things of Sarawak is that Abang Joe, our premier, is very aggressive on agriculture. Not only that, he promotes like digital hub, you know, the infrastructures, everything he built. He spent a lot of money to do this, and we actually tapping on his directions. You know, with the agro park venture, with the funding that is made available for people like us to apply, you know, it's actually make our life a bit more relaxing. Imagine you have no track record, you have nothing to back you up. You go back to Sarawak, you start a business. Who else can support you? Right? If it's not government to support you, who else can help you? Who you don't have a track record to build, right? Nothing to show to the financial institution. Now, we spoke earlier with Dave. Dave talked about ESG. Or people like ESG. But in Sarawak, come on, ESG is nothing to them. Right?
It's true.
It's nothing to
ESG
them.
only managed to SJX, all this Lisco.
Exactly. ESG only happened for city like Singapore, a big city, Johor Bahru or KL. ESG in Sarawak is nothing. It's just a topic that you talk about it after a coffee or, you know, during the coffee session. Otherwise, it's nothing. You use ESG to go for funding is technically 0%. Right? So you know, Sarawak governments and agro bank help us out in the venture. So we started pretty difficult, but along the way, we are quite grateful that governments comes in to help. Agency like Statos also come in to help to promote. These are the things to actually bring us out from Sarawak. Sarawak, we have only 3 million population. Right? For us to build an F&B, something new in the market, publicity, assistance from governments, all this is very, very important. So for us to come to today's stage, I'm quite happy that Sarawak does help to promote the agriculture phase. But if you still talk about ESG, we are kind of going towards that direction, but not yet there. But our premier is working very hard to reach that angle.
So if I'm not a Sarawakian, do I get the same amount of help when I go to Sarawak and do business?
I think Sarawak has a very open-minded business directions. Now, if you have an idea that can actually bring value to government, he doesn't care. You know, Sarawak government doesn't care whether you are from any place of the world. But the thing is, you got to build, you got to have a successful case for you to come into Sarawak, and how can your project benefits not only yourself, but community, you know, as a whole. Then you can get the equivalent support from Sarawak government.
Fair.
Yeah.
Previously, when I was there, I met another farmer. They were growing corn and all those, right? Also vegetable,
Yes.
right? So it has to be vegetable. And he was telling me actually, I stand corrected, but the government actually developed fertilizer that fits the own soil.
Yes.
Right, because originally they were importing, I was creating all sorts of problems for the soil and the produce and the yield.
Yes.
And you just develop your own fertilizer, and you can't develop that. It's not so easy. So there's a state support to get that going, and the farmers say it's amazing, right? The kind of output, no problems, everything is much better, it's kind of like integrated. So it's not say only, the things are done.
They are
right?
doing it, and Sarawak government is actually investing quite heavily on all this infrastructure.
Yeah.
But then we do need to have farmers like us, entrepreneur like Janice, to
You need
actually
to come
start
to
running
Singapore
the
and
business.
convince a Sarawak can go back and grow. I don't think so.
Well, I guess I wouldn't say to convince Sarawakian or Sabahan to go back. I think when you go back that time, you have to set your mentality right. You cannot keep converting. Like you're earning 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 Sing dollar. When you go back, what is this amount of money? You cannot keep converting.
Yeah.
You got to understand where you wanted to head to, right? What is your future direction? I'm not saying that I'm successful, but that is how I shape my mind. When we first started, zero income. Spending our own saving, right? But to today's date, still not earning what I earned previously in Singapore, but I'm quite happy, right? Because for the things that we develop, for the sustainability statement, I like the sustainability statement actually. I'm a big fan of it. So for what we have developed, we are in line with government's direction. I'm quite happy where we are today.
Yeah. I think the same can be said for Singaporean businesses trying to expand into Malaysia.
Yep.
You cannot keep converting, right? You must see this as a different market, look at it differently.
Well, I like Singapore people to convert when they are in Sarawak.
Buy more.
Because when they invest on you, 1 million is like 3 million.
Yeah. So as a banker, I used to deal with agri-business. So we lend money to businesses. So they have, I did some visits to like Shanghai and then some of it to Indonesia. Actually, I went to the coffee business. So I think we were looking at coffee beans, how they harvest it, and how they are actually implementing like technology, like IoT to kind of like monitor the whole process, upchain to the downchain. We as bank, we were like assessing how the whole process is like, how it benefit the community there.
Yes.
So I think ESG might not be a thing now, I think in maybe your part of the world, but then I think it's the way forward.
Yes.
Which
exactly.
I think you are already doing it from day one. If you have that in your mind and you're already doing it, I don't think it will be very difficult for banks to lend money to all these companies to further the growth of all these companies.
Yes.
Basically, yeah.
Exactly. That is happening in one of our business structure. When we do animal feed. So when we do animal feed, so the idea is to get the community to engage in the breeding process. They breed the chicken, they breed the ducks, and then we produce animal feed, we let them try, and then we supply to them. Then we be the offtake. Now, I told the government, when the government look at me, why do you want to have that? Then I told the government's officer, why are you keep asking the community to come out to work in the city? There is not much opportunity there. Right, when too much of people come to work in the city and they are unemployed, what's going to happen? Social issue, right? Why not you just bring, since you have the infrastructure, you have the digital platform, you are building the road all the way to the inner city, inner area, So why can't you just bring this set of the arts, bring this model back to the community? It's also modern, it's also IR 4.0. Let them do it at their own house. Then we buy from them and we sell for them. So instead of asking them to come out, why can't we bring it back to them?
Okay, fair.
That is the statement that I told them. That's why it's all on the ESG. How do you make it sustainable? It's difficult, but someone has to start somewhere.
Yeah, correct. Because there's a lot of like kind of like illegal things that farmers do also.
Sure
So I think the ESG, I believe there will be, but then this thing comes in to make it more responsible kind of farming practice.
Yes.
It's the foundation towards this towards the longevity of this business.
Yeah. We welcome Abang Joe on the show. We also welcome Haji Gino on the show, right? So everybody is welcome. Okay. But I do want to ask a little bit about like tech, since we talk a little bit about it, right? Because I think tech investments and it's all capex, right? When we're expanding a business, we, as business people, we want to manage our capex, right? ESG, all that well and good, but capex is very important. ROI is very important. You know, how am I going to roll this thing is very important. So
Yep.
I do want to understand from your point of view, you know, because both of you have been in your business vertical for a long time, right? What is the kind of expectation for like tech capex these days? You know, going in, you know, whether is it. Not that I want to start a competitor, you know. If I were to start a complementary brand, you know, or something in the same vertical that you do, what do you think is kind of like a right frame of mind? You know, what is the right setup, you know, that people should need to think about? Yeah.
Okay.
And budget for lah, of course.
Yeah, I think for us it's a restaurant, so not much of the high technology, but it's more on the back end. So we are using system, HR system. We are using technology on how we keep track of the staff movements, and also our how we can maintain our loyalty customers, and also in finance. Yeah. So these are the things that as a restaurant we are looking at the technology part. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not really frontier. Like, you know, these days, like in this FLA, there are like, I don't know, 5-6 vending machines going around. They are like those automated cook on their own type of stuff, right? China is very big on that, right? And in Singapore, I think given the constraints of space and manpower,
Yes.
more and more businesses are thinking about these type of stuff.
Yeah.
But you would say in Sabah, in the restaurant trade over there, it's still okay to, you know,
Of course, for us, right?
Yeah,
in our
yeah.
kitchen, we do use high tech technology in
but cannot tell
equipment.
you exactly what.
Yes. Yeah. So this just now you asked me what did I import. So we imported a very high end kitchen equipment, and that cost us a bomb. Yeah. Why? Because we are willing to invest that to maintain the consistency of our quality of food. Yeah, so these are the things that I think kitchen for us, apart from the back end administrative, but also kitchen equipment.
Okay.
Yeah, so it has to go through technology. Otherwise, then there will not be consistency.
Yeah, the quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's all
it's
about quality.
just so I'm very clear, but it's not to a point where everything needs to be technology, right? Because all those things is all cost upfront, you know, when we're trying to deploy.
Yes.
So the labor environment, you know, the whole space itself can still function without super intense tech setups, right? Just to be very clear on that.
Okay, so for there are two parts for what I see here. One is the technology part in the kitchen, right? But when it comes to the front end, facing the customers, of course we have now high-tech robot, right, to serve you. So we will ask ourselves, do we want robots to serve our customers? Then I ask myself, would I want robots to serve me? You're shaking your head, right? So that is why Sabah, you know, Sabahan, they always say Sabahan are very warm. Yeah, so this is what make our brand stand out from the rest, is because we actually, no matter where we go, where we expand, including KL, we are using the Sabahan people to bring the warm hospitality to our customers. Yeah, so some things that, although there's a technology, but we couldn't compromise the customer experience. Yeah.
So you say and that is great, right, from an ideological standpoint, but from an operational standpoint, the numbers still make sense, right? Because over here, even if you have the ideology, right, the numbers don't make sense. You know, so everything is self-serve, it goes to it.
Yes.
It is what it is, right?
Yes, right.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And even as you expand to KL, this whole structure can still stand.
Yes, we import
Okay.
our
You bring the Sabahan out together.
Because
Yes.
because I went through the website, right? I think you have a very beautiful story there. It's like you started 10 years back, and then the growth was quite gradual, and then I can see like the proportion that you actually only recent years they expanded a lot more.
Yes.
So I was through that thing, right? I can actually analyze like, you were taking a very careful stance on like you need to make sure certain things are in place. It might be people, it might be equipment, it might be the process. So maybe you can bring some light to us, like, what were your focus when you're building this story of yours? Yeah.
Yes. So our intention of why we existed is actually want to impact the community and the people for Sabah. Yeah, because as I said, we are from Singapore. We came to Singapore, and then we find that the people are there are so nice. They are good in hospitality, but they don't have a chance for them to come from their kampong to work and grow their career. So through business, we hope that we can bless the people and also bring the people to the next level. Yeah. So what we do is that we focus a lot on our talents. We groom them, and we do a lot of trainings. So we allow them to make mistakes, and also we allow them to learn from one department to another. We put the best fit to the right place lah. So for KL, so some people, we always hear stories of them, you know, they are very shy, but they have a dream, they want to go out of Sabah. So how? And many stories is that they go out of Sabah, they couldn't make it, so sometimes they feel too shy to come back, right? And sometimes when they're too shy to come back, they have to stay there. There's no turning that back for them. And then they will have to be treated like the second class or third class citizen over there. And that will be quite stressful for them. And they are not happy. So what we do is that through business expansion into West Malaysia, at least it's a start for them to go out of Sabah, yeah, to explore having their career in another place. So when they are unable to make it, or they feel that they are homesick so much, right? So they will have a chance to come back and still continue to work with us. Yeah, so we give them a safe space to explore. Yeah, this is what we can provide for them.
Yeah, fair. And when I was in Borneo, I talked to a lot of the entrepreneurs, and some of them were laughing, you know, like, because there's a bit of stereotype around, like, oh, you know, the Borneo people cannot do it, you know, all that, right? And then there are some of these like newer age entrepreneurs like you guys, right, that go home and set up, right? Then they were laughing at the others. They're like, 𝐻𝗙𝗨 还不是开, you know, the 面还不是铺, you know. So ultimately, it's about the system that you bring back to the people that you work with, right? And I think there's a lot of that arbitrage that, you know, can be to your advantage, especially coming from, you know, what I think some people will call the more advanced, you know, or like the more vibrant spaces. Then you can bring those ideas back and then develop from there, because, you know, this whole thing, it's kind of collaborating the whole system, right? So for a lot of Singaporean entrepreneurs, that's why I want to do this episode, because I think they're very 𝐻uan here already, right? So, you know, you can bring a lot of your stuff, the things that you're very good at, and explore what Borneo has for you.
Yeah.
Right? There's so many more opportunities than you just keep grinding it out here. Everybody price compete and cutthroat, you know, right? So I think that is something to really think about, like, open up your minds that this arbitrage exists, and because you are playing in Singapore, you actually can have that advantage with a system, expand to elsewhere and explore Borneo. Yeah. But William, any other thing you want to say on that front?
Well, I think to address that part, I always believe patience and dedication is very important for you to run an entrepreneurship. Right, you got to believe what you wanted to do. I quoted my brothers always say, you got to love what you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to excel. Right?
You cannot even tahan.
You can't even tahan. You're right.
Yeah.
Let alone excel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to your question about the so-called IR 4.0, it is a good intention to have IR 4.0. Everyone loves it. But the next question is how can you support it? Right? Even the government give you a free IR 4.0. They subsidize you with all the technologies, the freedom, you know, all these high-end, equipment. Then the next question is how about the community? What is the job opportunity? How much value do you create? Now, at this point, what price are you selling your product? So that is a focus question, right? I do black soldier fly breeding. They all introduced me with all the robotic arms, self-harvesting system, cost millions and millions of dollars. Right. Then my question to them is how much are you selling?
Yeah.
You know, 1 kilo, you're selling only like ringgit Malaysia 3. How can you recoup all your investment costs?
It's true. It's like you sell bak choy and kangkong, right?
Precisely.
Then your setup stores. That's why all fail. Right?
Exactly.
All the Singapore one, by the way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, Singapore,
you cannot beat the soil.
You cannot.
Right? You
yes.
can bak choy all you want in a multi-story, turn. It doesn't work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is that if you want the government to support
Enterprise,
you,
we can still talk. Sorry. Please continue.
If you want the government to support you with all the 4.0, they support one for you. How about the rest? They can't be just supporting you, right? That's why 4.0 is important to a certain extent. We only look at the processes, what processes that we need to implement the 4.0. Ultimately, in my setup, I always want the entire processing methods to be as simple as possible, so that I can, when I bring in new community to come in, it's easy for them to teach. I can teach them easily. You just follow this step, and then ultimately we need to have machine to control, like what Janice said, quality, and that's it, right? So we have to. IR 4.0 is to be implemented by stages, and also to look at the vision. Where are you heading towards? You can't just invest like that. Otherwise, you can't recoup.
Yeah.
Too costly.
Yeah.
Too
fair,
costly.
fair. Awesome.
Yeah.
So maybe one last bit, for both of you. If today a Singaporean entrepreneur listens and says, "Wow, this is very exciting. I want to open a restaurant next to Janice. I want to open a new supply chain with you. Or next to you, right? Like, I know you don't want competitors, like nobody like competitors, but just so someone listen and they're very inspired about Borneo, and the Singaporean, they want to go into Borneo. What would be some of your advice for them?
Yeah, so I know.
Don't do fried chicken. That's the first advice.
Welcome. Yeah, we need more.
Yeah.
So, one thing that I need to adjust myself is the mindset of how we think employment should be, the quality of employees. So this is because running restaurant is a very people-intensive business, and if you come in the way how our usual leadership in Singapore handle us, then I think you are not going to survive, because I have seen businesses that have import specialists from overseas and come to try to restructure or help the business in the local context of Sabah, but they really fail. Why? Because the Sabah Han, actually, I can speak for Sabah already, right? So they are very strong in their culture. So it's like our tagline in our cup, just relax bar. So you have to put up with the relaxing mindset of them,
culture.
And then motivate them to work, So that's something that we have to be mindful of. So if you are able to handle that, and then let the locals to handle the management while you train them, then that you can go for it. Yeah. If you just come straight on, I think you'll scare them away.
And I don't think that will change anytime soon.
Yeah.
We were at Kamatan, right? So we saw how organized the tribes were, right?
Yeah.
So that means this energy is gonna stay, right? That this is an important part of the business culture, and of course the wider culture in Sabah. And if you were to expand it, you must be very cognizant about this, right? Yeah. Great.
I think the last year, a couple of years ago, and even this year, Sarawak welcomes a lot of Singapore entrepreneurs. Singapore Business Federation actually organized tour to visit our ministry, try to get the opportunity, mainly because of food security. You know Singapore, you don't have a lot of place to plant anymore. Right?
I know.
And everything that you have is actually, most of them are imported, right? Sarawak being a very good place for you because it's very short distance and then it's a direct, right? But one thing that always have to bear in mind when Singapore entrepreneur comes to Sarawak, I believe that is just my own feeling. I work in
You
Singapore
don't represent
before.
Sarawakian, huh?
I am
Although Janice says she
representing my
represents
own
Sabah.
Sarawak. Yeah.
This is your worldview.
Yeah,
okay.
my own part. So one thing bear in mind is that don't bring your Singapore attitude back to Sarawak. That is very important, right?
I need to know what is this Singapore attitude. Tell me, what is this Singapore attitude?
Aggressiveness.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. the aggressiveness in developments, you want every time to be speed. You call the government officer, you expect them to pick up the phone now. Or else you write a complaint email, just complain all the way up to the head. In Sarawak, no, we don't have that kind of things. All right, when you complain, you got to find the right channel to complain. Right, and always remember, the way I look at the business is Rome is not built in a day. When you want to demolish Rome, it's also not a day. Right, you got to be patient about it. We welcome a lot of foreign companies to come in because of food security, but always remember, Sarawak is blessed and Sabah is blessed with land. Don't talk about the vertical farming. It's not yet there.
I
You
don't
know?
think it will
won't
ever
come,
be
yeah.
there.
I
don't think it will come.
Exactly.
it will come.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
so to be practical enough to make sense, because these days everything is viral on internet. Now, all the ministers, they look at Facebook because they use Facebook, they use Instagram to do publicity, isn't it? So when they scroll, they look at, what happened in the West, what happened in the North, everything they look on Facebook. So tell them something which is custom made to Sarawak and Sabah. Don't come to them, talk about the Four Seasons in Switzerland, or whatever things. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
You got to
yeah.
be make sense when you come to a proposal. And Sarawak government these days, I would say they are smart.
Of course.
Right. They only look at the good proposal. They can tell you, very good proposal, but no, okay, put that on the table. Now I will look at it after a couple of months later. So the idea has to be very practical and always be patient about it.
Awesome,
You do got to be patient and patient.
patient and patient.
Yes.
And for last fun fact, if you didn't know, Sarawak actually has more than the energy output that they need.
Yes.
Right. So there's a lot of manufacturing possibilities that you can bring
Exactly.
in. Don't need to squeeze here, right?
Yes.
So I am very happy that both of you came to share your side of the story, and I hope today you found it insightful and a better taste into understanding Sarawak and Sabah directly from the entrepreneurs, right? Not just from
Yeah.
us.
Yep.
And if you like what you hear, follow us, like, share, subscribe, and you can always reach out to them. If they would like to connect with you, where's the best place to?
On the internet, Facebook, you can
LinkedIn,
go to the
Facebook?
Facebook
Okay.
and to search my website, 𝐭𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐻𝑜 Food Industry,
Okay.
Mega BSF. We do have a few websites, and most importantly, if they are in Singapore, come to the booth.
Yes, come to the booth.
Come to the
Everybody is
booth,
best,
drink the
yes.
tea, and then we can
Yes.
chit chat over the tea.
Yes.
I have our tea, our kombucha, our oil, 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 oil. Everything is on the table.
Yes.
Come and join us.
We hope the fried chicken was also here, lah. But yeah. But Janice, if they would like to connect with you, where's the
Yeah,
best?
we are on all social media platforms. So Instagram, Facebook, website, xiaohongshu, we are all there.
Wow.
So Borenos.com, and then for social media, just search Borenos Fried Chicken.
Awesome. So
Wow.
with that, that's the end for this panel. We hope to see you at our next stream. I think we're coming up in another 10-20 minutes. And if you are at MBS, please join us. Come to the Franchising
Come.
Licensing Asia 2025. Check out our booth 𝐷𝐸37. Must come and say hi, take photo with us. Okay, with that, we'll see you at the next stream. Take
Thank you
care.
so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
desire whiter teeth, but worry that you will develop sensitivity? The new Sensodyne Clinical White.
Check, check, check. Good afternoon. Check, check, mic check. And welcome back to the Financial Coconut Business Show live at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025. Brought to you by Singapore's leading financial literacy podcast. Up next, right, coming up at 1:05 p.m. over here, we are featuring Commune, one of Singapore's most iconic lifestyle and furniture brands. This session is titled Commune Franchise Opportunities. We'll be joined by Gan Shee Wen, COO and CMO of Commune, a homegrown Singapore furniture brand and lifestyle, to share how the brand has grown, the opportunities. Also, if you've been admiring the beautiful furnitures, tables, cabinet, and sofa seats that we have on set today throughout today's shows, those are proudly supported by Commune. It's a showcase of their craftsmanship and design in action right here at Franchise and Licensing Asia. So if you're curious about franchise opportunities with a successful homegrown brand, grab a seat later at 1:05 p.m. with us and join us for this live session with us only at the Financial Coconut TFC Business Show Live at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025.
Welcome back to TFC Business Show live at Franchising Licensing Asia 2025. If you are not here yet, on your way here, faster come. Come to booth AD37 to check us out and check out the many different franchise and licensing options out here for you today. So a quick little introduction for Shee Wen. He is the president of the Franchising Licensing Association.
Yes.
And he has gone around the block to keep talking about this thing, right? So
Yes, correct.
he chokang already. He done
Chokang.
all the thing that he gotta do. And in this session of business sharing with Commune, I really just want to give him some airtime to talk about his own business.
Correct.
Right. So let's forget the FLA.
Yeah, now back to my day job.
Yeah, back to your day job.
The job that feeds me.
Yes. So no more like I am the president or okay?
Okay,
Let's just talk
cool,
about
cool.
Commune.
All right.
So
all
for
right.
our audience that for some reason don't know Commune and don't know you, can you just introduce to them?
Yes, Commune is a local company. Yeah, it's originated in Singapore, local brand, and we are proud to be one of the Singapore brands that venture overseas through franchising. For Commune, a lot of people know us as Commune Life or Commune Lifestyle or Commune Home. Yes, we are more on the furniture and furnishing segment in Singapore. We have our store in Millennium Walk, the flagship store, about 1,000 square meter. Beautiful. We have two brands. One is Commune, and the other one is 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 by Commune. So what's the difference? I think Commune is more for HDB, smaller dwelling spaces, while 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 is more for the penthouse, terrace houses. A bit bigger everything bigger, the design more intricate. So we cater a lot to the vast majority of Singaporeans. Yeah, and proudly local.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe just a quick little one is like, how do you guys start and that whole thing? I give you 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Ramp up all the way
Okay.
to what's happening today.
Okay. Then from the start, I think we started since 1972, which is the parent company, 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿𝐴 Limited. We are already a listed company in Singapore on the SJS. So we have been manufacturing for the past 50 years. So yeah, and for me and my cousins, we are the third gen. So 2011, we started Commune. Why? Because third gen don't want to run the
Third gen like
factory.
their own style.
Yeah, I would like to,
the furniture for the last time can use 50 years one, not cool.
the more sexy stuff,
the more cool stuff.
brand management, retail, rather than production, running the factory.
Yeah.
So 2011, we started Commune, and using our experience in our manufacturing and export, we already recognized that Singapore is a very small market.
Yeah.
So since then, 2012, 2013, we start going overseas with our franchising model. Yeah, so we started from there, and I think in the other countries, they see that we have a very unique selling proposition, because our designs are like out of the world. Why I say that is because we are not Italian, we are not French, we are not American. We don't have a fixated design style. So Singapore, a lot of race, a lot of national. Yeah, we're just like a big bowl of rojak.
Yeah.
So we tend to design according to lifestyle rather than a particular race or nationality.
Sometimes legacy impedes your progress.
Correct.
Right? So if you work with the Italian furniture, they all have a certain 𝐭𝐮, they must use a certain type of leather. They can't seem to break out of the mold, right?
So that don't really cater to everyone, you see. We want a brand that caters to everyone. Yeah. And when we started out in 2011, we also recognized that the mixed sector is empty. Either the very expensive or the very mass market. So we came in and target the middle segment of pricing and products. So we are offering original design at the middle prices.
Yeah. I mean, that's where you dominate, right? I mean, you guys are very big boys in that category.
Yep.
A lot of my friends who working professionals get a BTO, want a nicer house, I'll buy a lot of stuff from you guys.
Thank you.
So it's a thing. Check out the website if you haven't.
Yep.
But today I want to focus more on the business sharing side, right?
Okay.
Like the opportunities you're saying, like franchising and all that. Because locally you don't do that, right? Locally you operate your own stores. The whole place is yours. Yeah. But as with many other big brands, when you dominate your space and you want to go further, sometimes you don't want to deploy, the whole chain. And do the whole thing again on your own. So like, what are the kind of franchising opportunities that Commune offers?
Currently, we actually already embarking on, simply put it, the franchise model. And we're already in Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines. Still looking into, the bigger Southeast Asia countries like Thailand, Indonesia. I still see Southeast Asia as a growing market. Yeah. So, again, franchising is, has certain criteria. You have the franchise fee and royalty, but
So what is your criteria?
taking up the Commune brand, everything following the franchise pack, but without the franchise fee and royalty. Am I speaking out loud? Yeah, so without this, because why? Number one is, I think for my franchisee, the investment is going to be very great because furniture needs a very big space. So rental will be a very high pressure on them already. And then with very big space, you need more manpower. You need some form of warehousing. So to reduce all their investment costs, so we decided to take away the franchise fees. And then they're going to buy 100% of the product from me. They're going to renovate and do everything according to my requirement. So in that aspect, lowering down the investment, increasing what I can sell into the store, and for them to offer more products, then it makes sense for me. So I can sell more things. Yeah. So the more things I can put in, the more things I sell, then the opportunity is greater for me. Okay. Rather than, I want this, I want franchise fee, I want this, but it's going to be a big obstacle. Yeah. So don't be so fixated on franchise fee.
Okay.
Number two is royalty. Why no royalty? Nowadays a lot of creative accounting. So rather than keep auditing, just put a little bit into that wholesale price and get it over with. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not transferring any technological know-how.
Yeah.
I'm just purely, allowing them to use the brand and then to buy my products and resell my products. I think it's good.
Okay.
It's good enough. Yeah.
Okay, great. Then maybe tell me a little bit more about like the setup costs. And so, no fee, no nothing, right? But taking reference to your shop at the Millennium Walk, right, is very big and there is a lot of things going on. There's all the set designs and all those things, right?
Yeah.
So if I were to recreate a whole like commune, based on the Millennium Walk model, and then I go to another first tier city, can be Bangkok, can be Kuala Lumpur, can be Jakarta, which is some of the businesses that you're talking about. Like what is the kind of setup capital that people need to prepare for?
Because if you take Singapore, the space about 10,000 square feet, but you cannot use the Singapore rent rate and the Singapore manpower. So that aside, so for about 10,000 square feet, you probably need about 60 to 70,000 US dollar worth of goods for display, aside from manpower and rental. So if that adds up, depending on where you are, maybe in Thailand or Indonesia, where rent rates are not so comparable to Singapore. So I think probably 100, 120, 150,000 US.
Okay.
Should be able to open such big store.
Okay. And then from a operational success standpoint, right? Because you in Singapore you target the middle affluent, right? Like the working professionals, they want to get a house, they staff themselves, and all that. So and you already have franchisees, in different parts.
Correct.
Are there some learning lessons on has the target market be different in some of these other neighboring countries, or are you trying to maintain the same target market, and how do you kind of sell through to them? Just give us some idea there.
Actually, the target market remains the same, still that middle segment market. And as mentioned, we design based on the trending lifestyle. So trending lifestyle also sometimes depend on consumer behavior and consumer spending. So if the consumer spending gradually comes down a bit, the product that we roll out will be more accessible in pricing, definitely. But one major thing that has changed is we cannot rely on traditional retailing anymore. So for my franchisees or existing franchisees or potential franchisees, I think the most important criteria is that you need to cater to your consumer, because a lot of consumer wants furniture and furnishing solution. They don't want a furniture product anymore. So the more solutions that you can offer, you will capture your consumer. So solutions are meaning probably layout plan, styling plan,
Everything must tampak
everything
in it.
包个料 lah.
Okay.
But it's only plans and mood board and showing, whether they use you or not for their ID works or their reno works is up to the consumer. But end of the day, you got to provide these kind of solutions.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that is the kind of expectation these
Yes,
days.
correct.
Right?
For now, yes.
Yeah,
moving
because
on.
business is always changing, right? So as
Correct,
things
correct.
evolve, the expectations stack, and then that is what you tell your franchisee or your potential franchisee and partners. That is what is expected in the market
Correct, yes.
today. Okay, so is there a little last thing that, based on your best franchisee, like your best partner, and you want to share with the audience, how to be the best franchisee for Commune?
I think for the best franchisees that I have now is to understand what the consumer behavior is now. Rather than waiting for consumer to come, go to them. Offer them solutions. Rather than wait for them to pick the product.
Okay.
So you need to be very active in doing that, not just sit and wait. So that is the best sales comes from this kind of franchisees now.
Okay, okay, great. Any last things you want to share? Where can they connect with you, or where can they connect with your potential franchise discussion? Because you are very busy, you got a lot of stuff to do. So who or where can they connect with if they want to be potentially a franchisee?
You can drop a message or email to me at my website www.𝐑𝐞𝐚𝐿ive.com, or if you are just in Singapore or within the region, please drop by Millennium Walk, second floor. My flagship store is there. Just approach any of our sales team and we can get your details and we can set up a meeting, no problems.
Awesome. And if you are, yes?
Or you can also contact the financial coconut.
Oh, thank you.
Reggie will just refer you.
Yeah, I will 𝗙𝗃, and then hopefully I get a cut. Yeah. But if you are tuning in today and if you are exploring to come to NBS, to the franchising licensing fair, you can always come and say hi, and then if 𝐿𝐿 Wen is around, I'll try to connect you with 𝐿𝐿 Wen. If not, they have stuffed a lot of their beautiful furnitures at the networking area.
Yes,
right?
Hospitality
area. Yeah, so you can go over and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you
for
Reggie.
your time.
Thank you very much.
With that, that's all for this business sharing session. We will tune in with you in a few minutes. That's all for this stream. Take care all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There we go. Check. Before we move on, a big shout out to Commune for supporting us with the beautiful furniture you see on set, the tables, the cabinets, the sofa seats that you see on set, and also everything that made our live show so comfortable and stylish over here with us at the TFC Business Show live at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025. Thank you so much, Commune, one more time. And coming up at 1:30, we continue with the Franchise and Licensing Asia Awards 2025, celebrating the established franchisor at platinum level. Joining us on stage for this special segment is Esmond, the COO of SJS Company, who will be sharing insights from one of the industry's leading franchisors. So stay with us, take a seat, and be part of the celebration right here with us with the Financial Coconut Business Live Show at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025. Catch you later at 1:30.
Using Panadol just for headaches? Panadol Extra releases 5 times faster compared to standard paracetamol.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to our live stream here at the Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. I'm your host today, Cheryl, and joining me is Amir.
Hi guys. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a little bit too loud.
And we are very excited for this session because we're speaking with one of the winners of this year's FLA Awards. So, from one humble stall in Singapore to over 240 outlets across Asia, Shilin Taiwan Street Snacks is a story of scale, adaptation, and franchising success. And today we are joined by Esmond Han. So Esmond, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, thanks for having me on board, Cheryl and Amir. My name is Esmond. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Shilin Taiwan Street Snacks, and I'm very happy to be, interviewed today. Yeah.
So, Esmond, I mean, just now before we started the show, we got to know that at 17 years old, you were like hanging out a lot at Far East Plaza, the very first outlet over there.
Did you really have to share that?
I think it's an interesting fact, right?
Yeah.
Because like my first time with Shilin Street Food is actually in Taiwan itself.
Right.
And I only got to know of the outlet when it came to Hougang.
Right.
But for you, you were there in the first outlet. Share with us that experience.
So that was an integral part of my youth because Far East Plaza used to be a hip hangout for teens during the time. And Shilin started its first store in Far East Plaza back then, 22 years ago, right? So I remember having Shilin, the XXL crispy chicken, for lunch, for break time, for dinner, depending
breakfast,
on
lunch,
when
dinner.
I was there. No, breakfast, you're in school.
Oh, that's true.
It's
that's true.
no ponteng, sorry. Yeah, but to date, we have sold 100 million, over 100 million of the XXL crispy chicken cutlets. And we pride ourselves in, the authenticity, the tradition, and the quality that we maintain. and that's how the brand has grown from strength to strength. Yeah.
And on that point, because Shee Wen is rooted in Taiwanese street food, but every market has its own preferences, right? So can you share an example of how you've adapted the menu to a local audience while still keeping that Taiwanese identity intact?
So we are really, really rooted in authenticity and tradition, right? A lot of people will even tell you that the food we serve in Singapore is even more authentic or delicious than what you get in Taiwan.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
And I'll tell you a funny adaptation, that will stay very close to your heart, because one of the biggest adaptations that we have done was right here in Singapore. Okay. In Taiwan, when you have a XXL crispy chicken cutlet, they don't cut the cutlet. It's bigger than your face.
Yes.
And you have to eat it like that, from the paper bag, right? In Singapore, the customers can't handle that.
Oh,
right?
really?
Cheryl, would you go for a crispy chicken cutlet that's bigger than your face?
I would need to cut it
Exactly.
up in strips.
So what we have done was to cut it into strips for the local audience, right? So the sophisticated, elegant, dainty ladies like Cheryl can enjoy their chicken cutlet without getting their face messy.
I see.
Right. So that's really one big adaptation we have done. In Malaysia, we serve bone-in, cut into half. Why? Because in Malaysia, the rentals are a bit more reasonable, and therefore we can afford bigger spaces with a little bit of dine-in seating. Right. So it's more like a fast casual kind of a concept, right? And our customers can sit down and chew on the chicken and enjoy a juicy bone-in chicken, instead of having to walk around, and have their chicken. Right? Yeah.
I mean, to me, like, when you ask Cheryl about whether she's willing to eat it that, right? I personally feel like that is optics, right?
Yes.
That will give your brand a certain visual branding per se, right? So I think if Cheryl were to eat it like that, that would be much more interesting.
I think it's impactful. But can you be sustainable in the long run?
Oh, that's true.
Maybe
that's true.
not,
Yeah.
right? When you go to Taiwan, you already expect that experience. So, like it or not, you do it. Maybe it's Instagrammable at that point in time, right? But in Singapore, we are very mindful that if you want to run a business for the long run, you need to adapt, right? And the way to adapt is how your customers are going to like the presentation and the experience of consuming your food.
So with regards to adaptability, right? Is this the case when you expand overseas also?
Definitely.
You mentioned earlier that you are also now in the US. Like, how will they actually be appreciating eating the XL chicken?
Okay. So in the US, we also have dine-in space for most of our outlets, right? So we are not so concerned about the optics of how the chicken is being presented, because in the US, bigger is better.
That's true.
Right? So therefore, the portions there are even slightly larger than what you get in Southeast Asia. Right? But of course, people pay a lot more, right, for chicken in the US. Right? But that is related to cost of living. Yeah.
On that note about the US, I heard that you are opening a master franchise in the Philippines.
That's right.
So what is one lesson you could share about entering in new markets?
Okay, so one term that I have not used is localization.
Okay.
And every successful franchise brand you speak to, if they venture into other countries, will feature this term very strongly, right? And what is localization? It actually means that you need to adapt to your local market, like what we have done in Singapore. Right? So because the Philippines master franchisee has not started operating a store yet, so I'm going to keep it a secret.
Okay.
But let me give you a hint. You know, when we go into the market, fried chicken is quite universal.
Yep.
Right? You have your Korean fried chicken, you have your fried chicken in the US,
Yes.
you know, and we have Taiwanese fried chicken, right? So we are going to stay true and committed to tradition and authenticity, as I mentioned. The fragrant powder and the chili powder will not run away from any outlet, no matter where we open our stores. But in the Philippines, it will come with something else that Filipinos typically have with fried chicken. Yeah.
Is it adobo? I think you cannot mention it yet, right?
Yeah.
But with regards to localization,
yes.
I would like to know how exactly, or perhaps who exactly is the one who do the R&D to make sure that when it enters the market, it's also localized. In other
Yes.
words.
So we actually work very, very closely with our master franchisees, right? When we go into a new market, we depend on them because they are the experts of their market, you know, to identify what their customers need, right? And for example, they have told us that, look, people in the Philippines eat fried chicken with this X, right?
Okay.
And we take on the responsibility of R&Ding and coming out with a formula for X so that it can go with the fried chicken. Yeah.
Okay.
We have a strong R&D team in Singapore that is always constantly supporting our master franchisees because, again, localization, when it comes to limited time offers, you know, we believe in supporting them with what they need. Yeah.
And how do you evaluate potential franchisees? What qualities matter the most?
That's a very good question because, you know, getting into a franchise partnership is really as if you were getting into a marriage.
Yeah.
Right? With a lot more contractual terms that are tied to each other. So, what we have learned from the past, you know, franchisees or prospects at that point in time, you know, can fall in love with your business, but that shouldn't be the first thing that they fall in love with. They should fall in love with your product first, right? They must be convinced that you have a strong product, that they are in love with the product.
True.
And that our product or that particular product will be successful in the markets that they're going to bring it to, right? That is the first step to clinching a partnership, right? And I think very, very importantly, the master franchisees must be able to remain committed to the cause from a very personal point of view, right? Even when we look at single unit franchisees in our local markets, right, we look for franchisees who are willing to get their hands dirty, who are willing to play their part, and take ownership, because it's not our business. You know, if you are successful, we are successful. Right? So we are the engine that will help you become successful, but it is not a blind investment or a silent partnership, you know, where you think of investing in a franchise, you know, you get people to run it, you are totally hands off, you know. At the end of the day, when your staff don't turn up for work, you have to be the one picking up the pieces and going to the outlet to do the frying of the chicken.
So before we actually had the conversation between both of us about having you as a guest, I was telling Cheryl that I have one bonus question that I want to ask.
Sure.
And this is also something that I asked Reggie. I went to JB recently, and I saw a lot of Taiwan street snacks outlets. Yeah, and of course I have some food from there. But I wonder, why is it in Singapore it's not halal yet?
Okay, this is something that we are working on. We are moving towards, as you know, getting the halal certification in Singapore and in Malaysia is not an easy process,
yep.
right? It actually means that your entire supply chain, your outlets, your central kitchen, your suppliers, your logistics chain, everything has to be halal.
That's true.
Right?
That's
and
true.
the bigger your organization is, the more difficult it is to get the halal.
Yeah.
In fact, it's much easier for startups to attain halal if you start the right way.
That's true.
Right? So we are working towards the direction.
Okay.
But obviously, it has to start from the top.
Yes.
You know, from your suppliers all the way to how the outlets are being managed. Right? And if you are aware, every single one of your entities has to have certification, and you have to employ Muslim employees to be part of the process for you to get the certification. Yeah. So it is something that we are very mindful of, and we are working towards.
Awesome.
And you'll be the first person I call when we get
awesome.
the
That's
certification.
great.
Well, 𝐬𝐿, thank you so much for your time today.
Yes,
and once
thank
again,
you.
congratulations on your FLA award win. Before we wrap up, if you had to summarize in one word why you think 𝐿𝐿 Taiwan Street Snacks was awarded the award this year, what would that word be?
That would be authentic.
Nice. I'm very happy that you mentioned about authenticity, because nowadays, especially in the world of AI, I think that's getting less and lesser. Having authenticity as the core value of STSS, I think is really beautiful.
My wife is coincidentally Taiwanese.
Okay. Oh.
So, you know, when she had the food from 𝐿𝐿 when she first came to Singapore, she was also amazed, you know, at its authenticity.
Yes.
Right? At how close it was, or in fact, in some dishes, you know, better than what you get in Taiwan. Right? So I think that has been a very critical success factor in 𝐿𝐿's history.
All right. So thank you, 𝐬𝐿, for sharing just a sneak peek about how STSS actually managed to franchise to a few countries around the world with over 100. No, there's
240
over 240 outlets around the world. So thank you, 𝐬𝐿.
Thank you, Cheryl.
𝐿𝐿.
Thank you, Amir.
And thank you everyone for joining our live stream, and we'll see you in the next one coming up.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Good afternoon. Up next at 1:55 p.m. right here at the Financial Coconut Business Show, live at FL Asia 2025. We continue the award celebration with the FLA Awards 2025. Now we're going to talk about Franchisor of the Year. Hosting this segment will be Amir from the Golden Nugget podcast and Cheryl from the Edit History podcast, who will be leading the conversation with us. And joining them on stage is our special guest, Samuel, the director of KC Group, the brand behind some of Singapore's most well-known wellness and beauty concepts. He'll be sharing the story of KC Group's growth and what it means to be recognized as Franchisor of the Year. This is one of the highly enjoyable session of today's program, so grab a seat and join us to celebrate the excellence in franchising with us, only here at the TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025. See you there at 1:55.
Test. Mic test. Mic test. 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 Test.
Welcome
Test.
back, everyone.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live stream.
Mic test 1, 2.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our live stream here at the Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. I'm your host, Cheryl, and joining me is Amir.
Yes. Hi everyone. My name is Amir from the 𝐵𝗁𝐿𝐻𝑝𝑜𝑑cast podcast.
And today we are joined by one of the winners of the FLA Awards 2025. So, from facials that you can get on your lunch break to barbershops powered by tech, TFC Group has basically redefined what self-care looks like in Singapore. And today, their brands includes 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿 and Clippers Barber, and they span more than 200 outlets here. And so behind that rapid growth is a mix of franchising, innovation, and a strong DNA in technology adoption. So joining me here is 𝐵𝗵𝐿𝐴. Samuel, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Samuel. Thank you for having me, Emil and Cheryl. So privileged to be here, to be part of this program. And hopefully, my sharing will benefit everyone here.
So Samuel, before the show, I was telling Cheryl I always go to Clippers.
Thank you.
It's one of the most convenient, but at the same time, the queue is also always long. So
Right.
that is a testament to a successful business, right? And another thing that really caught my eye is always how we can actually make payment before, the kiosk that they have before we even go to the barber. I think that is really interesting. It's never done before with any other barbers. So yeah, I think that's an interesting way to be duplicatable because that's the key essence of franchising, right?
Yes. So from the start, we always wanted to go cashless. I think we will also help by the COVID trend, right?
Yeah.
That people were being, not comfortable with just using cash and handling of money. So when we actually introduced the payment kiosk system, it was something that people picked on to quite fast. And riding on that momentum, in fact, we have also developed our own in-house Clippers Barber app. And just nice for this week when we are at this show, we have also launched this app successfully.
Okay.
So if you go to if you are an Android user, you can go to Google Play Store, or if you're Apple, you can go to the Apple Play Store. You can actually find Clippers Barber.
Okay.
And you will be able to locate our app.
Okay.
And I'm happy to say, if you are my regular customer here, you no longer need to queue at the shop.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can just, buy the ticket from home and then at your own convenient time, monitor the queue live. And, choose also your favorite barber. Of course, have to pay a little bit because he also will be motivated if you tip him, sort of like a tipping system. We will take care of the staff also because your selection of the barber, the commission will be shared to him. So he'll be motivated to give you the best service. Yeah, things like that. So it's very exciting because this is part of our a tech adoption for the entire group of brands. And we are also working on the app just at the back end to try to consolidate all our customers base across our 200 over outlets together.
Okay.
Being at this forefront of adopting tech into your core DNA of the business, there must have been some challenges along the way. What's one of the challenges that you have had to face when navigating this?
So in Singapore, we depend a lot on franchising to grow, partly because of the manpower constraints. We have a lot of our staff who are primarily from Malaysia. So many of them have become PRs and eventually also Singaporeans. But for a start, the retail industry has always faced this like a permanent problem, right? Which is unable to find laborers willing to work the long hours as well as the weekend shifts, as well as public holidays. So franchising allow us to depend on our franchisees to grow the brand island-wide. Because all our franchisees will then operate their own businesses. We provide them with the know-hows, the tech behind it, and we are able to scale up. But of course, with franchising comes the challenges of managing franchisees. And that part, I think, over the years, we have managed to grow also in our way of treating the franchisee and getting their buy-ins, especially when we upgrade the entire business through tech adoption, and everybody have to just come alongside. I think it's also sometimes challenging because not everybody will buy in. There's investments that's needed to upgrade the systems. There's costs involved, things from payment gateways, to the different banking integration. So these are so-called maybe challenges, as well as also ensuring quality across the entire brand network. I think that's something that we emphasize in Singapore, which is upholding the brand standards and the values that we have. Because if you are a Clippers customer, we want to make sure you go to our franchisee store and enjoy the tip-top kind of service we have promised you. And sometimes franchisees may have different style of management, and the stylists that they hire could also play a part. So we have to rein in sometimes the franchisees whose standards are not to the expectation that we have. So as a brand owner, we do carry out very consistent, at least once a month kind of inspection at the shops. Mystery inspection. We have an inspection report.
So it's like a mystery shopper kind of thing.
Yes, unannounced. We will make sure that we do an audit for you.
Okay.
And for the barbers, they will be tested on the spot. They will be graded, and so there's a constant like an inspection process to make sure everybody is on their toes. That's also a challenge.
So even in the inspection, in the auditing of the franchisees and the barbers, you also have proper SOP to make sure that you can make sure that they are upholding a certain standard.
Yes.
Okay.
So, ensuring the SOP is the challenge. Because we also need the franchisees as the bosses. They have to buy in to what we are doing. And they have to trust that it's all for the good of the business that they are also part of.
But there's so many horror stories about franchising, right? What is one thing that you do differently that makes sure your franchisees are actually loyal to the KC Group?
One thing I think for our group, we always have to ensure for the shop setup especially, we go really hands-on, hand-holding the partner that we bring into the business. Many of our franchisees have zero prior experience. They could be from corporate background, finance sector, so they have money to invest, but to actually run the business, sometimes zero retail experience and zero management in terms of the skills of managing the staff. So what we do, I think, is something particularly pertaining to our brand is we actually set up the shop for them, and then we will run the shop for them. So we as a franchisor becomes the operator for the first month.
I see.
To ensure that the shop is up and running, all the little hiccups, renovation related or staff related issues, they are all ironed out first. Then we pass them the key. It's like your TOP project for your HDB flat.
Understand,
Congratulations, and we pass back the business to you. Now it's in good order, the numbers are here, now you run it.
Okay.
So this ensures a very high success rate. Also, we get to understand how the shop was being set up from scratch, the challenges that you may be facing, the issues that you may be also faced with. So that gives our franchisees very strong confidence when they work with us.
So for someone who's considering becoming a franchisee, what would you say are qualities that separate someone who really thrives as a franchisee versus someone who struggles more?
That's a very good question. For franchisees, money is not the key problem.
Okay.
It is actually the management skill. So we always say we look for someone who do not have the skills pertaining to cutting the hair or maybe to do the facial, but they need to have the skills to manage their team. Because they are the bosses, they are the leaders. The staff will look to them. And we have seen from our track record of the successful franchisees who really make it. One of the example we have, I don't mind quoting his name here. His name is Norman.
Okay.
He has 13 outlets with us. 7 K-Cuts outlets, 4 K-Skin outlets, as well as currently 2 Clippers Barber. And he's still looking to expand. And everybody who knows Norman in this industry that we are in, the hair and beauty industry, they will know him to be a very good boss who really take care of his staff. Yeah, he knows how to motivate them as well. When we walk the malls, because we are quite hands-on, we will sometimes bump into him outside the shop, talking to the staff, counseling them, motivating them. So he will also handpick good staff to bring into his team. So he has demonstrated great success because he knows how to manage his staff really well.
Okay.
And, on the flip side, those who do not know how to manage people, they usually will face growth challenges because people quit on them, they cannot find replacement, people don't think that they are, good bosses to work with, and demotivation actually comes. Because we, at the end of the day, we are still a front-facing consumer brand. We depend on the manpower that we hire, the staff that represents our brand to bring up the value of the brand. There are many choices in the market today, to be honest. But when people actually come to a KC Group brand, they are looking for a value for money proposition. Yeah, and this is something we promise them we will deliver. For every dollar spent with us, you get the best value here in Singapore at least, yeah.
Okay. Before we end our show, I was also telling Cheryl that I always have bonus questions for our guests. If today, let's say I'm a barber, and I'm thinking of running my own business. Do you think franchising under the KC Group is a better option, or do you think starting from ground zero, no brand, and trying to build my own brand, will that be better?
Well, you asked me, I'm very biased, of course. I'll tell you, of course, go for franchising because the best barber may not be the best businessman.
Yes.
Right? You have the skills. You may even be passed down a shop by your father who owns the shop. But, to build a brand is quite a different play. And especially in today's business climate, it's not just enough to be good at something, like the skill itself. You have to be good at communicating this to the customer. And on top of that, the customers demand more than that. Like, you don't want to queue up. You need the app element.
Yes.
Right? You need the technology element to come in. So all these things is what a franchisor like us will aim to try to provide for our partners, because we see them all as partners. We can't do this on our own, and it's only through this kind of synergy that we have that we can actually build what we have today, thanks to God, that we can actually see this happening. So as someone starting out, I will advise franchising is the fastest way to learn about a business. Eventually, if you want to even create your own brand, that's completely understandable as well. But you will get to understand the fundamental working in and out of a business through franchising.
Amazing. Well, Samuel, thank you for your insights today, and congratulations once again on winning the FLA awards. If there is one word you could use to describe what makes KC Group stand out, what would that word be?
I think it's teamwork. Today I'm here to represent our team, but actually there are a lot of people working behind the scene, especially our management team, our ops team, and they are the guys that make things happen on the ground.
Okay. Yeah. I thought that your answer would be tech adoption.
Good tech companies without good people, it won't work as well.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Samuel, once again for joining us, and to everyone joining us on the live stream, thank you for being here, and we'll see you in the next session.
Mic check, check. Good afternoon. All right, once again, thank you for joining us over here in TFC Business Show Live at FL Asia 2025. First of all, we want to have a big shout out to our partner, Fraction Design Studio. This is the team behind this beautiful stage setup that you see over here in the TFC Business Show at FL Asia 2025. They specialize in modular and reconfigurable builds for fast deployment at events, which is what you are seeing at the backdrop right now, and they do it all with a strong focus on sustainability. Thank you, Fraction Design, for powering the Financial Coconut Business Show live over here, live at FL Asia 2025. And up next at 2:20 in the afternoon, we are diving into staying relevant in the restaurant business in 2025. Join us are two of our outstanding guests, Andrew, COO of our OUE Restaurant Group, and Sarissa, CEO of SJS Group. They will be sharing their insights on how restaurant brands can adapt, innovate, and thrive in today's fast-changing market. So if you are in F&B specifically, or you are simply curious about how top dining groups stay ahead, grab a seat over here with us and be part of our live recording right here at TFC Business Show Live at FL Asia 2025. See you at 2:20.
Welcome back to TFC Business Show live at the Franchising Licensing Asia 2025. This is midday, so if you are still on your way to MBS, please come and check out booth AD37, and there are many other interesting franchises and licensing opportunities here today for you. So I am your host, Reggie, aka your Chief Financial Coconut, and I'm joined with
Hi everyone, my name is Amir and from the Golden Nuggets podcast.
yeah. So for our audience that don't know, like what is the Golden Nuggets podcast?
For those who don't know, Golden Nuggets podcast is the #1 Malay business podcast
Because
in
it's
Singapore.
the only one.
Yeah.
It's amazing to be the only one, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And in the media space, you have to be the only one to stay relevant.
Yes.
But today, the restaurant business is a difficult business to be the only one, right? You're always competing. It's very difficult. And to stay relevant and stay competitive, we have two great guests from two great companies to be with us today. For our audience that don't know you, could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi Reggie. Hi Amir. My name is Sarissa Schwartz. I'm from New York. I moved to Singapore in 2011. I've been in F&B pretty much my whole life since I was 14 years old.
Why?
Ooh, wow.
I needed money, Reggie.
Okay.
But I fell into it. I did go to university for finance and business and marketing, but I was recruited out here in 2011 to open up a place for the Marina Bay Sands. It ended up being the most profitable nightclub in the world per square foot, according to Forbes. That allowed me to then, 3 years later, I left that company and started my own company. And from there, I expanded into nightclubs, lounges, bars, restaurants. And currently, I have a taco chain called Poppy's Tacos. There's 4 outlets throughout the island. I have a restaurant called Pasta Bar.
Okay.
Since 2019, artisanal, fresh, handmade pasta, very popular. I have a Singapore's first tamaleria, Mommy's Tamales, in Chinatown, and I just recently opened up an 18,000 square foot 5-concept venue called 𝐭𝐿 at Capita Green in the CBD with a lounge called Whisper Room, a steakhouse called Enso, a nightclub,
Wow.
Go, a sky pool, and a cocktail bar. So that's where I am currently. So that's a little bit about, it's been 15 years.
Wow. Okay, we'll come back to you.
Yes.
And yes, Andrew, for our audience.
Yeah, my name's Andrew Ng. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of OUE Restaurants. I've been doing this for 40 years, yes.
40 years.
Hey, this is
Yeah.
not a competition.
No, I'm the oldest man in the room, man. Don't worry. I'm the oldest man in the room. It's fine. And I've been doing this, since I was about 17. And in Singapore, I moved in 93. I was brought here by 𝐸, so I came here to work for... I was 8 years marketing manager at 𝐸 back in the 90s in Jack Kim Street during its heyday. And I also created the first 𝐸 Out Festival. That was my baby. And then after that, I was in the agency doing marketing work. And then I did St. James Power Station, set that up and ran it for 6.5 years.
I hear all my childhood names.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We had Dragonfly.
You were selling to us.
Yeah,
you were trying to sell to us. Yes.
And then after that, I joined the 𝐵𝗏 Group. I was there for 9 years, and I've been with OUE Restaurants about 4 years. And the brands we currently have that people may know, places like Chatterbox, the most expensive chicken rice in Singapore, as we all know, as well as View, which is on top of the building at OUE Bayfront, Shisen. We also own Delhi France in Singapore and Hong Kong. And we have a place called High House in Nova at One Raffles Place. And we have a casual concept, which is a spin-off from Shisen called 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿 Mapo Tofu, as well as Rampapa, which is Damien De Silva's restaurant that we're going to be moving to National Gallery Singapore in about a month's time. So keeping me busy, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, and we're very good friends with OUE. We are at OUE downtown too, right? So great friends with the REITs. A lot of our good friends around. But I really want to ask, why you leave 𝐿𝗏 to join OUE? 𝐿𝗏 sounds like all the cool concepts, interesting frontier.
Yeah, no, it was just a.
It's like very business.
Yeah, no, it was an opportunity that came about with OUE, and in a way, maybe my time at 𝐿𝗏 was coming to an end in terms of 9 years there, and in a way, when I joined 𝐿𝗏, I remember Teng was only about in his early 30s, and when I joined OUE, Brian, my boss, he's also in his early 30s. So maybe I'm the guy that works with visionary bosses at a certain point of their life career stage or journey, and I come in there at the right time to build the business to a certain level, then either I outgrow them or they outgrow me, or they get sick of me and I need to move on, and they need to move me on. So either way, yeah.
Okay, that's a different podcast.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
We'll go there another time. Right? But I think to lay the ground, we wanted to do this episode, I think a lot because of the context of what's happening. You see so many restaurants closing. Of course, there's the other side of the story. New concepts are opening up and all that. And then there's like record high, rental prices, and then all the inputs are going up, right? So I think that's why we wanted to do this, and it's set within FL Asia, right, where there's so many restaurant, F&B, franchise concepts, right? So maybe just to lay the ground, help us understand, like, what is your read on the current, F&B landscape in Singapore? Yeah.
I'll let you start.
You want me to? Do we have any censors on this or not?
No need to censor. Just
okay, it's a shit show, mate. So no, I mean it's pretty tough out there. I think, 21 was COVID still, right? So 2022 was probably when we all had a great time.
Yeah.
Grants were still coming in.
Yeah.
People were starting to spend again. Travel, all that stuff. Everyone was sick of being at home, watching Netflix and drinking their own alcohol, and they had to get out, right? So 22 was the best year, but 23 was not as good as 22. 24 wasn't as good as 23.
25 is even worse.
It's not going to be good as bad as 24. And 26, who knows? With that funny man in the White House, I think 26 could be the worst of the lot, right? So, but having said that, as you just said just now, people are still opening places. Like you said, a lot of closures, but a lot of openings as well. So the scene is as vibrant as possible. There's a lot of other problems that we face, and I'm sure Sarissa will talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, all your things about people complain about landlords, and I think the industries and people are not spending as much as they used to. Maybe they go out less frequently. Maybe they don't have the extra cocktail or the extra dessert with their meal, so they're spending a little bit less per person. But at the same time, when you create a really amazing experience, people seem to be spending more money. So I think it's what's happening now, which I'm really happy about, is I think people are sick of cookie cutter products and concepts, and I think when you do things differently, like what Sarissa does with 𝐭𝐿, she has a great concept there, 5 different concepts on one roof. You have to create reasons for people to come out and give them a reason to have an experience, and when you do that, like for example, for us with 𝐵𝗏𝘅, people say, oh, the most expensive chicken rice, but I do between 450 to 500 customers a day, every day. Yeah. And they spend, my chicken rice is $25 a head, but they spend $50 a head. So tell me, you know what I mean, right? So it's about creating value to your products. And when I say value, it's not because it's cheap, but value meaning if you're paying this price, but the value is this, then that works at whatever price point. So to me, it's a really simple equation. Create value, make it different, make it unique. Don't make it cookie cutter, and people will come to you.
So do you think like there's like a hollowing of the middle in that sense, where consumers are either like seeking value, right? So either they're going for like, I can pay, man, but you gotta give me the exciting stuff, or like I'm going for like seeking that consumption value where, oh, this is great, cheap and good, right? Where the middle is kind of like disappearing, or or like what's the read there?
For our brands, we have middle ground. Like we have a great concept called Hanare, and our average check is about $70 a head, and we're always full. So people, that's the sweet spot. So you have the 3 tiers. So maybe at the high 3 Michelin star, that's probably value for them at that price, maybe, but not all Michelin stars are doing well. We had a lot of closures this past year, right? So you just got to find the right point that works for you guys. And then you have things that people complain when they go to hawker center, it's $5 instead of $3, right? So for them, it's all about how you measure value, right? And it's very subjective. Subjective in the sense of up to you how you want to spend your money, right? So
is there certain like price point kind of reference, like $50, $20, like
going off of what Andrew has been saying is that I think when it comes to value, it's also in relation to something that I call buyer's remorse. So I'm also a consumer. And if I have to think about, if I think about going out, I'm going to think about what I'm going to spend and what that experience is going to mean to me. And my gauge, and when I go out and I visit my own venues and I sit there and I eat and I experience it for myself, if you're not thinking about it the next day as a customer, you probably won't go back.
Yeah.
Right? So it's, yes, of course, there's an element of money. You know, when it comes to the Michelin restaurants, you don't want to always spend, you know, these days, you know, $1,000 for a couple if you drink wine, right?
Yeah.
But if you do have that special occasion, anniversary or birthday, and maybe a few times a year you do choose to do that, the worst thing that can happen to you is buyer's remorse. So when it comes to a price point, what I always try to do is keep it in the vein of can I give this experience for value without having people think too much about it, second guess it too much, and not have buyer's remorse. And that's something that I learned when I first moved here in 2011 when I opened up. It was a place called 𝐵𝗱𝐺𝐲, and it was very popular, and it was, again, people would come and they would spend tons of money, but the most important thing was to ensure that no one had buyer's remorse the next day. And I believe that that is the biggest difference. So price, yes, there is a sweet treat culture, right? Of I'm going to go and I'm going to have a little sweet treat, and that's going to be my treat for the day or for the week, and I'm going to feel satisfied for that. And that's a lot what a lot of the younger generation is doing now. It's why you see a lot of cafes and bakeries being very popular. But if you are going to go out, spend the time, sit down, get away from your Netflix, get off your TikTok and short form content, and you do want an experience, but the price and the experience, you can't have buyer's remorse about it. And that's really what it comes down to.
So based on the concepts that you're running, what is the kind of price in your head where you're trying to structure, the ticket?
So
just so I get
some color, I have a concept. It's called Poppy's Tacos. It's Singapore's, only authentic taqueria. We basically
the number one taqueria,
modeled it.
The only one,
The only one, yes. So we modeled that after a Mexican food truck, and business model-wise, it is great. It's low cost to build. It's fast ROI, and as far as manpower, it's very lean, and it's a fun, festive experience that delivers consistently on food, and it's a good price point, but we're able to keep that price point down because everything else is somewhat lean, and that's an expandable, scalable model.
Okay, so is there a price to that? Just so I get that out.
What?
Is there like a ticket in your head, like, okay, this is the price point that we're going for, this is what we're aiming for, just so I understand that. For that taqueria.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. But I'm curious, like you mentioned about values, right? Different people have different perceived value. So how do you know that what value you are bringing in is something the consumer actually wants?
Maybe the better question is, what do consumers want?
Well, so you need to know your audience, right?
Yes.
So this is the thing that a lot of restaurateurs don't always get. Know your audience.
Yeah.
I mean, you create a product, you've got to know who your audience is, and then that's how you measure whether you have value or not for that audience. Like when we did Hanare, we're in Ngee Ann City, we're in District 9 and 10. I knew my audience is going to be those people that live in District 9 and 10 who go to Ngee Ann City all the time. They can, to them, $70 a head is a cheap Japanese meal. It's not for everyone, right? But for that audience, it's affordable Japanese, and that's what we want to be for them. Would that work in the heartlands? No. So I have other concepts in the heartlands where the price average check is about $20. So you just need to know your audience and adjust it according to your audience. A lot of people open restaurants and don't know who their audience are, or the profile of the audience, or the psychographics, or the usual details. So you got to know that. So.
So what is the audience that is hard to crack? I mean, you've been around. You've done all sorts of concepts. What is the audience that is very difficult to crack? From your
which specific demographic?
Which demographic? What's the price point? What is their income? Which area do they stay? Just so I get a sense, right? Like, who are the tough ones that are overserved? Or in Singapore, there's no tough one. Everybody eats.
Yeah, I think it's not. I think there's difficult ones in every price point. I don't think it's like a.
Is there like an example of what you did to kind of like get them?
Well, okay, I'll give you examples. So we did, so we have this concept called 𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐻𝑃 Mapo Tofu, which is, we have one in Downtown Gallery, one in Star Vista, and we got a space in Paragon at the start of the year, and we decided to and I mentioned just now, it was $20 a head, right? So when we got the space at Paragon, we wanted to do something a bit more evolved, and we expanded the menu. We did a lot more sharing plates, so we appealed to more families. Now, the average check there is $30 a head, right? Because, again, it's in Paragon. So, again, maybe it's a bit slightly, more affluent people. And so the average check is $30 a head. But we purposely went for that because we knew that was the audience, right? So it's really understanding your location. On the flip side, I have something like Delhi, France, which works very well in the heartlands, but doesn't work in the CBD because there's too many independent bakeries and everything that have a certain cachet or niche that they do well. But whereas Delhi, France is a very well-known brand that's been around, appeals to the mass audience who are in the heartlands, and it does very well in the heartlands. So again, it's all about right location for the right concept with the right price point, with the right branding, with the right product offering, and just making sure those decisions are made correctly. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. We've been offered places in a lot of these really top-tier malls, in Orchard and in the CBD, and they go after a specific concept of ours. But for example, Poppy's Tacos, yes, it's great footfall, but do I think that audience is going to order 1 or 2 margaritas? Probably not. So then I have to look at my business model a little bit differently. So I think that Andrew's spot on when he says it's about location and understanding who you're serving. But at the end of the day, I also think every audience is very different. They're looking for different things. And I think it's about being smart and doing that market research and understanding. For example, if I were to go into halal space, I would want a partner that has experience with that, right? So that we can kind of maneuver that together.
You mentioned a lot about making sure that you know your audience. How do you then drive innovation into your business? Because a lot of people, they know that this is what my audience wants, so this is what I'm giving them. But how do you innovate then further?
Well, something that I've always done when it comes to conceptualizing is taking not being first to market, but being best to market.
Yeah.
So there needs to be a frame of reference where there's familiarity with the concept, and there needs to be then pushing that a little bit forward. And so that could be perceived as innovation. For example, I brought it over employees only from New York, and it was the first high volume cocktail bar really in Singapore. And I believe that the market was ready for it based off of the way that people were moving and drinking and gathering at the time. And luckily I was right, but it wasn't a completely fresh new concept. You had many amazing cocktail bars before that. So I do think it's about just understanding where people are at. If you can move it a little bit forward you don't want to be too far ahead of your time, but you also don't want to do something that has been done.
Yeah.
For me, innovation is really understanding your brand and the storytelling behind it. Okay, so one thing I always complain, but I just say that with a lot of operators who don't understand marketing, right? Yeah. I said, don't expand unless you know have some marketing knowledge, right? So in other words, you have to have your unique value proposition. You have to have your unfair advantage. If I ask you, what do you want to be known for? Oh, good food, good service. I said, every restaurant in the world wants to be known for good food, good service. Yeah. That is not
baseline.
That's not unique value proposition, right? So having that story behind your brand, so that you are unique and the product is unique. So I'll give you an example. Shizen Han Ten that we have at our one Michelin star restaurant at the Hilton. It's Sichuan cooking, but it's done by a Japanese chef using Japanese ingredients. And it's a third generation concept from Japan, right? So Kentaro's grandfather was born in China, moved to Japan, married a Japanese lady. He was the father of Sichuan cooking in Japan. His son, Kenichi, was one of the original Iron Chefs on TV. And Kentaro is the third generation. So we do Sichuan cooking through the lens of a Japanese chef using Japanese ingredients. So flavors are different. That is something that you can't copy easily. You cannot. It's a unique value proposition. It has a point of view, and you innovate within that story that you have. And you keep trying different things, but you stand out from other Sichuan restaurants or other Japanese restaurants or other fine dining restaurants, because it's all about that competitive advantage, right? Being different, and a lot of landlords are looking for that difference, not yet another cafe or another hipster cafe or another mala store or something. You know, you want uniqueness. That's how you stand out, and that's how you become not just relying on footfall of a mall, for example, but you're the magnet to draw business in, and you actually help the landlord by bringing in customers that wouldn't go to that mall in the first place because everything else is pretty crass, right? But it's all about being different, and that's the essence of doing business. You have to be different and unique, and that's where marketing strategy and branding comes in, right? Understanding that, because a lot of these other guys will think marketing is doing one-for-one promotions. That's not marketing, mate. That's not marketing.
No.
That is tactical, whatever, you know.
Absolutely. It's about having a problem, solving that problem, making noise about that problem, then delivering on the fact that you solved that problem every single day until the end of time.
Yeah. is that restaurant at level 35,
Yes,
Mandarin
yes,
Gallery?
yes,
Oh, it's amazing.
yes,
Right?
yes,
I was there the other day. Very good.
Yeah.
Not sponsored, but I would love to be. Right?
Oh, we'll have lunch there soon, mate. Don't worry.
Okay. We'll chat after this. But you know, you guys are veterans. Okay, I don't know. I think it's okay, right?
Sarissa's not a veteran yet.
Okay, right. You're a veteran in the space, but you're seasoned as well, right? So we're not here to compete on length of experience, but you've done multiple successful concepts. And you know, it gets to a point where you become a craftsman, right? You kind of get a sensing, you know what's happening, you get a look and feel, right? And that's the part that people trying to enter the space will never be able to copy right from the start. They will need to do their grind for 10, 20 years, right? But at this point in time, you may have some framework around deciding on your next concept.
Definitely.
Right? So can I hear a little bit on that? So that, you know, new entrants, I mean, we're not trying to empower your competition, right? You know, but people that are looking at this, that's like, oh, okay, you can kind of do it this way. So how do you kind of have that framework to decide? Yeah.
So it's really about understanding where people are at in their journeys on life, right? So right now, we're all competing with Netflix, short-form content, Deliveroo, you know, all of these things that make it very comfortable to be in your home. So what problem is not being solved? That's how I look at it. What is something that's a unique value proposition that people are going to put everything down, come out, spend the time, spend the money, and then walk away feeling like they got something worthwhile. And it is, you know, for new entrants coming in, you do really need to understand the way that Singapore operates and how everybody moves around this city. You have to go where they live. It's something that also we've done with Poppy's Tacos, is we've gone where people live. And then in the CBD with 𝐭𝐿, we've gone to, you know, where people are working. So really kind of maneuvering and location and understanding what's missing in the market and then delivering that in a consistent way.
Okay.
I don't think I have a framework, man, but I would say strategy is important, right? Yeah. So everything we do has to have a strategy. If the strategy is not right, then it's not worth it. So I'll give you an example. So a few years ago, when RWS approached us about taking up a space in their new development, which is now called 𝗙𝗲𝗂𝗏, and we were looking for a space for one of our restaurants, 𝗙𝗲𝗂𝗏, and they told us, oh, it's going to be here, we're going to redo the forum, and I thought, oh, okay, all right. Then we started thinking about not 𝗙𝗲𝗏, but, what about bringing Chatterbox there? But Chatterbox is doing very well at Hilton. We only want to do one. It's, 450, 500 customers a day, it's fine, let's not do more. But we realized there was a strategic place for us to be at Resorts World, because our job at Resorts World is to keep all of the hotel guests on Sentosa from leaving the island. And for us, you don't need to go to Hilton. You can have your chicken rice on the island and keep spending at Resorts World, go to the Oceanarium, go to Universal Studios, do all the things. So Resorts World saw how compelling our strategy was, because you don't have to lose your hotel guests going to Hilton to have chicken rice. We'll be there for you. And then I don't want anyone from the mainland going to Sentosa to have chicken rice, because you don't need to. You stay at Hilton. Yeah. The Sentosa guests can go to Resorts World, and everyone's happy. And so it's about really understanding the strategy behind it. Another one I would say is that we recently opened 𝐻𝗰𝗹𝗁𝗏 at Raffles Sentosa, which is the beautiful villa hotel. Amoy Street, honestly, where Hashida wasn't doing well, as most omakases are not, Michelin, fine dining is not doing well. So the opportunity came to us to move the whole team to Raffles Sentosa, and we did a deal with the hotel owner. That's a pretty good deal that protects us. And okay, that's great. So again, our role was to serve the hotel guests, because, I mean, they're paying a pretty hefty price there to stay there. So to have dinner with us is a drop in the ocean for those guys. But that's what we do. We're servicing the hotel clientele, and it makes sense so that's why we're there. So strategy is important. Your positioning, what you do, how you think about it, the research, as Sarissa said, doing your research, your competitors, all that stuff has to be done. That's in a way, that could be the framework, but I don't see it as a framework. But anyway, that's probably how I do it.
Yeah, that's true. 𝐭𝐿 at Capita Green with the 5 concepts inside was partially conceptualized because Grab prices have gone through the roof.
Yes.
So just from experience, if I was going out with my girlfriends and we have to get out of the restaurant by 10:30, and then we want to think, okay, I'm a mom. I have so am I going to go to another place for a cocktail? But then what if it's cold? And then what if it's not good? And what if I don't like? What if there's nowhere to sit? Now I'm thinking in my head, if I'm going to really go, you know what? By that time, I'm just going home. And $30 to $40 Grab ride later, we all get in the premium, go there. So with 𝐭𝐿 at Capita Green, it was more about how can we keep everybody here, right? And how do we give that experience where you don't have to think, if you want to come to the restaurant, to the steakhouse, and then never go anywhere else, that's fine. If you want to hop in, you want to see how Whisper Room is doing, and then you don't have to think. And that's why they all really feed each other.
Okay. I do want to ask a little bit more about the deals, right? Like, because the last thing you want is to be a run-of-the-mill concept in any property, right? You don't get advantage, you don't get support, you don't get all those stuff, right? And from what I get from the market, if you're an interesting concept, you're invited, or you're asked to come to the property, you get a lot of advantage, right? There are all sorts of special arrangements, so just help us understand, right? Like, what is the usual kind of practice when dealing from concept to properties, and like, how do you get to that level where these kind of big property guys are like, hey, come, bring your concept here, right? Just give us some color. I know you cannot go to the details of the deal.
No,
right?
of course. No, but I think it's about, for example, obviously we're part of a big property company, OUE, right? So with a small little restaurant division that, and so obviously a lot of people know who we are and everything. But at the end of the day, we still have to be strong on concepts and delivering great experiences for people that they will want to approach us. And I think you just get that knack, I suppose, that track record, and it just snowballs from there. You just do one great product, and then the next great product, and then the landlords will start looking for you. And as much as people say landlords can be tough and everything, but I know this past year we signed a few leases, although we weren't planning to, but we did because the deals were so good and because they wanted this brand or this brand to go in, and they had no issues about giving us what we wanted. So that's what I'm trying to say to everyone. If you're going to do everything the same thing all the time, then you may not get a great deal. But if you're willing to try new things, be bold, be different, have a point of view, have an unfair advantage, have a unique value proposition, and then the landlords will come to you. Or actually, before I came here, I was having lunch with one of the ex-founders of PS Cafe. He was just telling me the story about working with Capital Land at Raffles City when they had, PS Cafe in that beautiful space on the top floor. I asked him this question: did Capland come to you with that configuration already, or did you tell them, I want that space and I'm going to do this for you? He goes, a bit of both. They had an idea, it wasn't that good. He said, I want to change it and do this and do this. I think they wanted to do like a mezzanine thing, and then he said, I don't want mezzanine, I want to put all my plants up there.
Okay.
And the impact of that is better than a bloody mezzanine, right? Where no one's going to be. So I just thought, wow, that's a great story. That's basically the people behind the concept going to a landlord and said, what do you want us to do? Okay, you want us to fill this space? Okay, we will bring people up to this floor, but you let us design the infrastructure that will allow us to do what we do specially, and then people will come. And that's what the deal he got. And of course, the lady, I remember he's telling me this lady who worked at Kaplan supported them. They got it approved. And I think everyone's been to that PS Cafe and how beautiful it is, right? So imagine if it was done by the landlord with another tenant. It wasn't that visionary or that design savvy like PS Cafe. Who knows what it would be? It could be another dead zone again. Or, you know, what's that word? A white ghost, whatever you call it. Anyway, sorry, white elephant. Sorry, yeah. But it's not. It's a great space now because they work together, collaborate together with the landlord, and bring the strengths of the landlord and the tenant together and create something that everyone talks about to this day. And that's what you want, right? Landlords that are open-minded to work with people who create concepts and create something that's very special. And the landlords are out there doing that, but you've got to be able to do your part as well, right? If you're just going to do a cookie cutter concept, and that's the other thing about PS Cafe, right? I respect for the guys is that every one of the PS Cafes, I mean, during the old days, would you call it a chain? Yeah, it's a chain because there's many of them, right? The logo's the same, and you walk in, it feels like a PS Cafe, but design elements are all very different. Yeah. But it feels like a PS Cafe, right? So that's, again, they design every single space on its own merits. It's not like the same design for all their PS Cafes. So that's why, yeah, you respect that because it's very visionary. And he just opened up his new place called 𝐬𝗵𝐵 Bistro at 𝐬𝗵𝐵 Garden.
Yes.
Wow, beautiful space. I went for lunch with him recently. It's amazing. It feels like PS Cafe, but it's not, right? So yeah.
Okay. So creative, innovative, and also problem solving. These are some of the traits that I would say is needed for business owners who want to actually thrive, right? But what is one quality and one additional quality that they need to have to be able to thrive in the future? Moving forward.
Future-proofing yourself.
Yes.
You have to have a huge sense of urgency. It's something that I find is that everything needs to happen yesterday.
You're making it so hard.
You don't have the luxury. You don't have the luxury. Look, when you're in this business, you have to deliver at 100% all the time. And of course, no, we can't do that, right? But people are not very forgiving. I mean, I've known people that have been going to some really incredible restaurants for 10 years and super loyal, and they have one bad experience and they say they're never going back. And I stand up for those places that aren't mine. I say, well, 10 years, maybe they had just one off night, give them another chance. But you have to have a sense of urgency of really making a lot of noise, putting yourself out there, making sure that everything is absolutely perfect, and everything just needs to happen very, very quick. It's very difficult to wait to see. If you need to make an adjustment in your business, you have to do that right away. I would say sense of urgency.
Yeah.
For me, it's about taking care of people, and I mean your own people.
Okay.
I'm a people-first culture person in the sense that the companies I run, from Lo and Behold to here, I've always focused on my people. As a COO, I spend 50% of my time on human capital matters, right? So for me, making sure my staff are engaged, taken care of, leading with compassion, I'm listening to them. And I mean, we could do a whole podcast on that stuff, but I won't. But I do a lot on human capital.
You're inviting yourself on too many podcasts.
Yeah, I know. It's all about human capital, right? For me, it's about taking care of your people. And if you do that, they'll take care of your guests. They'll take care of your partners, your suppliers, whoever else they need to take care of. So for me, the essence of what I do, the key thing for me is taking care of my people. That's it.
Yeah, it sounds very difficult to be a restaurant and to be a successful operator in the F&B concept. So yeah, if you are tuning in, maybe that's a sign to not do it, you know. But if you were to do it, I hope those ideas and concepts are helpful for you, frameworks to develop into a better operator, right? So maybe one last question, right? So it's not easy to create a successful concept, but it's probably even harder to keep the concept relevant over time, right? And I know some of your concepts have been kind of updated. You know, it's very hard, right? So I just want to hear any stories or any ideas? Like, when do you look at updating your concepts? When do you look at big brand shifts, or when do you see, there's a cycle here, we gotta adjust, just...
Are you still empowering the competitors?
No.
I love to empower competitors. I love to learn from others as well, so it's great.
Yeah. So share with us, like, how do you kind of keep your brand updated, keep your concepts fresh? How do you look at these update cycles,
Yeah, look, the best marketing that you can have is your own consumer, your own customer. So when it comes to opening a new concept, it's about obviously making a big splash, a lot of noise. But when people come and they experience it, and then you come and then you tell 3 people, they come, they tell 3 people, and that's how you get a real sustainable business. And if people are coming back and they're enjoying it, then you know that you're really onto something. And there are many restaurants out there that have been around for 10, 20, 30 years. So hopefully you don't need to make a brand shift. You do it very slightly, where you're really understanding your customer and making those fast changes that we spoke about, and it becomes a long-lasting business. I mean, Pasta Bar has been around since 2019, Poppy's Tacos since 2017. Hopefully, 𝐭𝐿 will be around for at least 10 years. We'll see. I mean, hopefully we don't have to do that, because they're timeless concepts that people love, and they become part of the thread of the community.
Okay, fair. For you?
When-
I'm looking at you at 𝐷eliFrance, right? Because I grew up with it, but at some point it fizzled out of my life altogether, right? And then this thing is like, where did 𝐷eliFrance go? Then out of nowhere, suddenly there was like a refresh, and it become relevant again. I was like, what is this?
Okay, let me give you one story about 𝐷eliFrance, but let me tell you what you first asked me. So the first thing is, when I stopped being a customer in my own outlets, then it's time to close up. Because to me, I need to love patronizing my own venues, because, and then I will watch it grow and evolve together, right? That's really important, because when it doesn't, then you lose interest, then that's it. It means it's over probably. But if you love your product and you want to keep it moving forward, then you have to keep going. And then you will make the changes along the way and keep it going, because you love going there and you want to keep it, right? So that's one thing. 𝐷eliFrance is an interesting one. So quickly, we often have this issue with 𝐷eliFrance customers, who are, and I always say this, it's a life stage, right?
No, customer is an issue.
So, so I always say that when the kids are like 13 to like 25, they will never go to 𝐷eliFrance. They go to hipster cafes, because that's what they do, right? But they usually went to 𝐷eliFrance then when they're growing up, because their parents took them there, and it was something very familiar. And that's where the resurgence came in. During COVID, 𝐷eliFrance actually took off again, because COVID, they wanted something familiar, something soulful, something for, just also value for money, everything. So that's where we saw the resurgence. Now, you went there as a kid up to a certain age, to 13. Then you went to hipster cafes. Then at 25, you start your first job, whatever it is, and you want something affordable again. So you go to 𝐷eliFrance. Oh, yeah, it's been a while. I'll try it. Then you start having a family. And guess what? You'll go to 𝐷eliFrance. And then your kids grow up at 𝐷eliFrance until they get to 13, then they go to hipster cafes again. So it's this cycle of, we can't compete with the hipster cafes, because that's what those kids, what teenagers want at that age. But when it comes to value for money, as you become an adult and a family, you're looking for affordable, consistent value for money, and just solid experiences, then 𝐷eliFrance can occupy that space. So I'm not trying to attract those 13-year-old kids, because they won't go, because it's where their parents go to, right? Yeah. But once they become a parent, they'll take their kids there. And then those kids up to the age of 13 will be going there, eating their tuna mayo baguette or their seafood mayo croissant, whatever. So just understand the role you play in someone's life cycle or life journey, right?
Interesting.
So if you want to open a cafe, right, make sure you see how many 𝐷eliFrance are there.
Yeah.
The more 𝐷eliFrance,
if too many 𝐷eliFrance, this is a wrong place. We're not here. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Maybe one last question just to wrap it up, right? So, I think the other day, Moose from Black Hole Group.
Oh, Moose, yeah. Okay.
Came on the show.
Okay.
And he did share with us his magic formula as to how do they calculate overall cost and price, right? So yes, I mean, the ball is in your court, and help some of our younger entrepreneurs.
What did he say?
I can't remember exactly. Check out the episode. Yes, he came up with like, this is the rent. I gotta like maybe 5 times the rent in terms of my pricing or something. I can't remember exactly.
Okay, I'll give you one financial
give me a
metric. I'll give you one
something.
financial metric.
Yes.
Okay, and this is if you ever, for those who are budding entrepreneurs, at Temasek Poly there's a course called F&B Revenue Management taught by 𝐵𝗂𝘃, and he asks this question every single time: is it better to sell, say, a fish dish at $10 that has 30% food cost, or a steak, a $20 steak at 50% food cost? Most operators will go, sell the fish for 30% food cost, lower. No, because when you do the fish at 30% food cost, you only make $7 because it's a $10 price point, $7. You sell a $20 steak, 50% food cost, you make $10. Yep. That's menu engineering. So a lot of people in F&B don't know, because they look at the cost of goods sold, that percentage, on an individual item. It's not the individual item you look at. You're looking at the totality of that. Individual items, like if we follow that formula, bottles of wine will be, a normal $100 bottle of wine will probably be $400 because you want that extra margin. It's not true. Most bottles of wine have the 50% cost because that's the way it is, but you make that sum of money for, say, a $200 bottle of wine, 50% cost. That's still $100 you're making, right? It's not percentages you make the money from. It's the dollar margin you make money from. So that's the little trick I tell everyone.
I love that. Yes.
But when it comes to that, the 5 times, I'm not sure what he said, but
I cannot remember exactly.
We're very boring. We do projections.
Okay.
We do how much we expect people, how much we're going to charge, and what we expect our spend per head to be, and then we do number of covers, and we kind of have we have a calculation through Monday. Obviously, is less than a Friday, and lunch is, we'll just do the worst case scenario, and if it works, then we move forward with that. So.
Great.
I wanna see his.
Check out. I will share with you the link, and we hope you enjoyed our panel here at the Franchising Licensing Asia. So if you're around, check us out. Come to MBS. This is TFC Business Show, and if our audience would like to connect with you, where is the best place to connect with?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Sarissa_Dawn or at SJS Group website.
SJS Group, yes.
I suppose I'm on LinkedIn. I think I'm on Instagram, but I don't know.
I think you're on LinkedIn. Yeah,
I'm definitely on LinkedIn. I'm not sure about Instagram now.
It's okay. It's okay.
Too young.
We don't want to be where our parents are. So
yeah.
It's okay. LinkedIn, check out Andrew. So with that, that's all for this panel. We will join you in a few minutes. And that's all. Take care. Bye-bye. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mic check, check. 1, 2. Good afternoon and welcome back with us over here at the Financial Coconut TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025. Before we move on to the next segment, we would also like to give a big shout out to City Music, our equipment sponsor here at Financial Coconut Business Show live at FL Asia 2025. From the microphones to the mixer and the speakers, all the professional audio setup and the equipment that you are hearing today is thanks to City Music. They've been empowering musicians, creators, and events in Singapore and also the Financial Coconut podcast in Singapore since 1968 with top quality gears and top quality support. Once again, thank you City Music for keeping us sounding sharp and crystal clear throughout the show and the live stream. Thank you again, City Music. So up next with us at 3:20 p.m. in the afternoon, right here again at the Financial Coconut Business Show live at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025. We will be covering an essential topic for every business owner, the latest digital engagement strategy you must do in 2025. This session will bring together 3 exciting voices, 3 exciting guests with us. We have Alex, the Managing Director for Simple Food Solutions, and we also have Pulse, the chair of the AI community at ASME, and 𝐭𝐿𝐴, the CEO, you've definitely seen them around, for 𝐭𝐿𝐼𝐴. And the discussion will be moderated by Cheryl from the Edit History podcast, guiding us through the strategies that businesses must adopt to connect, engage, and grow in 2025. If you want to stay ahead in digital engagement, this is the panel to catch. Come join us and grab a seat and join us in the live podcast and live recording. Only here at the TFC Business Show live at Franchise and Licensing Asia 2025. I'll catch you guys, see you guys later at 3:20 p.m. in the afternoon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here at the Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. I'm your host, Cheryl, and today our panel is about the digital engagement strategies that you must know in 2025. So here's the thing. In 2025, it's not just about having a digital presence, but it's about knowing the moves that will actually grow loyalty, sales, and scale. And that is exactly what this panel today is about. So with that, let's have our guest speakers introduce themselves first. So, 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿.
Hello everyone, it's lovely to be here and thank you for hosting me. My name is 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿. I'm the founder and CEO of 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐻𝗄𝐿. 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐻𝗄𝐿 is an artisanal-based business with a tinge of Asian-based flavors. So looking forward to everyone's support and enjoying the panel.
Hi, I'm Pulse. I'm chairing the AI and Digitalization Action Group from the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. Right. I also have agency experience. I'm the Managing Director of 91 Branding and Marketing.
Alex.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex. I'm from Simple Food Solutions. I'm actually a third generation hawker. So my family business, we do Hainanese curry rice, and I've scaled the business to a central kitchen that is serving more than 300 F&B outlets in Singapore. So what does Simple Food Solutions actually do? We help brands who are looking to scale, looking to franchise. We help them with the entire back-end operation. We have our central kitchen team in place. We have our R&D chef, and we are able to help them with the entire back-end process. So what they have to do is just to focus on their sales on the front end, or look for franchisees who are keen to take on their brands.
Amazing, amazing. Very exciting conversation ahead. So let's start with a broad, open-ended question, and we'll zoom in. So I want to start off with, what is one of the most overlooked digital moves that actually helps to grow, whether it be sales, scales, or loyalty in your respective businesses? Maybe we'll start with 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿.
Yeah, sure. I think from my perspective, that is using tools that being able to track customer preferences, right, over time. I think this is fundamentally important. I think especially for a brand like 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐻𝗄𝐿 and some of the F&B businesses, they haven't actually embarked on and adopted these tools, right? So for us, it's one of those that we're exploring, and if we're able to understand, okay, what's your preference when you come in the morning at a certain time, and really get our staff to understand our customers, that will allow us to elevate our services. And I think such a tool can be furthermore or a lot more employed in our sector.
So was there a specific instance where you had the assumption of what the customers preferred, but you realized through using the tools, you realized, oh, that wasn't the case?
Yeah, 100%. I'll give you an example, right? So we have our daily morning loyal customers for coffee, right? And sometimes you will assume that based on a certain look from a certain country, they will be drinking a certain kind of coffee, right? And my staff may want to take the initiative, but often they're not. Actually, that might not be necessarily their preference. If there's such a tool that can help us understand what was the last coffee you ordered, and you have been ordering for a few times, potentially then we can build a rapport with the customers, right? And then extend their brand loyalty.
I see. And Pulse, what about you? What have you seen in the businesses you work with?
Sorry, I missed the last part.
Oh, what are the like a most overlooked digital tool that you've seen really make a difference in the businesses you've worked with?
Well, overlooked digital tools depends on the size and the industry. So let's say, for example, 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿 is from the F&B industry, right? So basically, even in terms of, let's say, customer loyalty, they don't have to be loyal to one particular brand, because we have 3 meals a day. And if you look at me, I probably have another 2 snacks in the supper, right? So I at any point in time, I can give my business to like 6 different F&B outlets in a single day, right? 8 if I want to put on a little bit more lah. But the idea is that for F&B, it's really straightforward, right? It's in terms of tools, you're looking at advertising, you're looking at social monitoring, digital listening media, stuff like that. But what most people face is that there's this constant bombardment of advertising, bombardment of influencer media, and they get kind of inured and kind of numb to it, right? So what we're doing here at ASME is we're looking at new tools, new platforms, AI work streams, for example. Like I shared with 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿 previously offline, that we have this new tool coming up, right? They essentially it hunts for user-generated content. So, for example, I use 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿. So let's say 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿 is they sell croissants, they sell wonderful coffee, right? And let's say, for example, today they are at 𝐵𝗀𝐿. And somebody, let's say in East Coast, they post that, oh, I had a wonderful croissant and coffee today on TikTok or on Instagram, right? What you want to do is you want to have AI crawling social media, finding that kind of content, and send a comment that slide into their comment and say, hey, that looks like a really nice croissant, but why don't you try the one from 𝐭𝐿𝐿? I'll give you a $2 off if you show this particular comment. So you can have AI tools doing this, and you kind of like reset the game, because in terms of getting customers, it's about attention, right? And after a while, people just get very, very used to seeing the same thing over and over again. I flip my Instagram stories, I flip my TikTok stories, and I see the same thing. Like people telling me, I'm gonna stop gatekeeping this. I have this particular thing to try, that particular thing to try. And then yet, when you slide into people's comments, it kind of resets and people think differently. So I think this is a very specific example, but AI is a very big game changer. And here at ASME, what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring tools, right, and resources to the small businesses so they can take their business to the next level, right? I would kind of ungatekeep that in a bit, but we have money to spend, and we have resources to give to the SMEs as well. But I'll come back to that.
I really love that, because as a consumer myself, whenever a brand or F&B that I follow slides into my DM, which is very rare, I feel so special. So I love that example. Thank you.
Okay, market validation. Thank you.
And I thought it's worthwhile chiming in as well, right? I think a lot of times when we look at tools, we look at our own ecosystem, right? And we fail to actually acknowledge that from a customer acquisition perspective, you can use tools to crisscross into other people's communities, right? Tools that he mentioned can be other F&B sectors. You can even be crisscrossed in other sectors, like for example the gyms, right? Where we look at, okay, after a workout, do I like a croissant or coffee to reward myself and stuff like that? These are amazing kind of concepts that we're using tools to explore cross-selling and collaborations.
Awesome. And Alex, what about you? What do you think is a overlooked digital tool?
Okay, for me, in my business, my customers is a bit different from 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝐿 and all, because my customers are mainly the B2B clients. So I think one of the interesting digital adoption that we had was actually this fleet management system that we onboarded about 2 years back. It's called 𝗲𝗂𝗏. So what is interesting about this fleet management system is how when we are doing delivery to so many outlets around Singapore, one of the common thing or challenge that we face is customers at the store level, they always call us, hey, what time is your driver reaching? And it's quite, last time when I was doing delivery on my own, I always feel that, for drivers, right, it's either you're on the road or you're pushing the trolley. So it's it's quite dangerous for them to be picking up calls or looking through their invoice, how many more stops before we reach your site. So with this fleet management system that we adopted was mainly for safety for our drivers, and also it really helped us in our admin now can actually log in the system to see where is the driver at. They can answer the customers directly and to let them know, okay, driver is reaching in 2 hours or 1 hour. So I think that was one interesting digital adoption that we had.
I thank you all three for sharing your perspectives on this question. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit more for each of you individually. So I will start with Pulse. So from your vantage point, Pulse, where do you see the quickest wins for SMEs in F&B specifically when it comes to AI?
Well, quickest wins will usually be the top line, customer acquisition, right? But there's also the other part that's often overlooked, which is, for example, operations. Say, for example, you run a bubble tea store, right? You have like 10, 15 part-timers all the time, right? Juggling schedules, you have a thing there. And then you have to deal with payroll, you have to do with CPF, you got to deal with scheduling. And imagine if when, let's say, for example, one person puts up an MC and say, hey, boss, I cannot work at this day, then you have to go through a trouble to, let's say, restack all the work schedules, confirm with everybody their timings, and then make adjustments to the payroll. AI is something that can do all that for you. So transactionally, most people think of AI in terms of a chatbot, right? And yes, AI can do that wonderfully. It's one of the staples. But what AI can do, which is often overlooked, is the ability to do operations and transactions. So now, let's say I have a chat group with like my 15, 20 part-timers, and one of them says, hey boss, I can't make it today, I'm sick, here's my MC, right? The AI in the group chat can snapshot that MC, forward it to your ATS system back and say, okay, this person's on MC, we deduct 1 day of sick leave, right? Adjust the payroll, right? Adjust everybody's schedules, send it back to the manager for approval. He clicks approve, and then everything gets communicated back to us. So say, okay, for example, John is sick. Now, Susie, take over, that kind of thing. So that's what AI can actually do. And it's a quick win, because what you do is that you don't actually have to hire an entire admin, because nobody in the SME sector at least wants to pay $3,500 for an admin. You can have like an AI employee for $500. Who wouldn't say no to? Who wouldn't say yes to that, right? Yeah, so these are the kind of things you're looking at. AI can actually enhance and streamline operations automatically.
On that note on operations, Alex, so as someone who has taken a hawker stall to over hundreds and hundreds of outlets, what is something that you couldn't have scaled without?
I think in terms of digital adaptation, one of the key things that we actually started with was actually a production planning system. Yeah, so because we are serving more than 60 brands, and we have more than 300 SKU that we are producing on a month-to-month basis. So a lot of people always come to us and they ask us, what is your limit? What's your capacity? So for us, we have really came up with a very good SOP system in terms of how do we safekeep a recipe, how do we scale your recipes, and in order to do that, we need a very good recipe management system which we are using, and also a production planning system for our production scheduler to schedule. So previously, we depended a lot more on a single person who is doing a paper pen or Excel, doing the planning, and there was a lot of mistakes, there was a lot of errors, and I think that was key to us, for us to be able to scale to able to serve a lot of brands. Yeah.
I'm very curious, from a layman's perspective, what does that system actually look like?
Okay, so when you do a production planning system, right, there's a lot of factors to look at. So the first thing is starting from the ingredients itself. When should the ingredients actually come in? Because let's say, for example, for us, let's say for my curry rice business, we do the curry sauce, we do marination of the meat products, we do frying of like 𝐭𝐮𝐫𝐿, things like that for our own business. So for let's say meat products that we have to produce, that has to come in 2 days prior because we have to defrost the meat. Then certain products have to be prepped. Let's say vegetable will only come in 1 day prior. If not, it will spoil. So there's a lot of factors when you have to do a production planning. Then in our kitchen itself, we have different woks that is used for different purposes. So we have combi ovens, we have different stove as well. So we need to see how we can fully maximize. Yeah, so with a production planning system, we are able to see where is the bottleneck for not just the human's bottleneck, but the machine's bottleneck. Because many times, right, when we scale, and if you were to depend only on our operations manager, they will always tell you, hey boss, you got to give me more manpower, you got to give me more manpower. You know, that's the problem that I struggle with when we scale our business. Because forever, if it's not, you don't have a proper system to run it, you don't have a proper system to optimize the operation, you know, you can only depend on what your ops manager tell you. But for me now, it's very clear when we schedule in the production planning system, new products come in, I just have to track how long does it take to cook, what's the manpower taken to pack the products, and I just slot it in. You know, if let's say in my schedule itself, I can see that, hey, this will exceed, then that's the time we know that, hey, maybe they have to OT first, then after that, eventually hire another headcount to come in. So we are able to have a kind of savings or economies of scale when we are running on a manufacturing level.
Wow,
Yeah.
so it really gives you that bird's eye view of everything, all
Yes,
the details
correct.
that you need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. And 𝐻𝗫𝐻, croissant is really about that customer-facing warmth, right? And for you, what has been a digital touch point or tool that really helped turn your customers into actual fans?
Right. First, yeah, my employee is still asking me for more headcount this morning.
Yeah, you
as
can
I came from
consider
my
outsourcing
cafe.
to me.
See, I'm also validating you, right? Right. Now, so early on, I touched about the software where we understand the customer behavior, but I thought, why don't I take a slightly different spin and introduce a concept we're exploring, right? So some of you may know my background is in the crypto space and blockchain space, and we are looking at how can we bring that customer experience all on-chain in a very efficient manner. So what does that mean is that the moment you walk in, not only do I know your profile, right? We're able to not just track your behaviors, but design different types of loyalty programs for you in a way where you can come in. So just take, for example, if you are a person who always come after lunch, right? We already know by timing and by profile what is it that we should sell to you, maybe 2 cups of coffee, right, as an example. And you'll be able to do a straight-through settlement payment where you can use stable coins to do that. So we are talking to different vendors to see how we can look at the next generation loyalty point system where you can engage customer and without them even knowing it's something to do with the blockchain, right? This is a concept that we're testing and you'll be able to know the results in a few months' time.
How are you testing this? This is so fascinating to me.
So we did one trial beta test, right, just about a few weeks ago. Essentially, there was a convention here that we partnered up with 𝐵𝑚intable. So what happened is that they put up a QR code. Scan this, right, and you can collect a free bake at our shop. There's an example. And the whole purpose was to do customer acquisition, bring the people of the convention center to our store, right? And we did a social experiment on that without registration first. So just a very first trial. And we want to see what is the hit rate. And impressively from that, we realized that we're actually able to steer a sizable amount of new customers to our store, which is quite a few hundred meters away, right? And the best part is pretty much many of them didn't even know they have touched the blockchain. So there was a permanent record that starts to track what is their behavior on the blockchain without them even realizing it. They don't even know they have now a crypto wallet. They have now have NFTs already allocated to them, right? So we're going to take this one step further, a step at a time, and see how is that going to potentially revolutionize customer engagement and customer loyalty building.
Interesting. So, okay, I'm going to go back to Pulse. So for SMEs that do not have a tech team right now, what would be one AI tool that you would really recommend them to try out this quarter, the rest of this year?
I mean, SMEs that don't have a tech team, which is like 99% of SMEs, right, actually. So well, at ASME, what we have is we have set up a AI center, right, where SMEs can come every month to try and experience different AI tools hands-on. Right? There are 3 main challenges SMEs have, right? Resources, we know, is definitely one of them, right? The second one, which I think we have been juggling in the air, is like the resource in the data points, the workflows. Some of them are not ready to adopt and digitalize, right? The third one is then what you mentioned in terms of like digital talents. Now I get quite a number of SMEs coming here, right? They are the 𝐑𝐞𝐚𝐽𝐿 that struggle with the SingPass 2FA. So you ask them to try to adopt tech, it's an entirely different thing. But when they come here, right, they get to sit down with the laptop, they hands-on, go through step by step. They see the benefits for the first time. And what we give them is we give them synthetic data, we give them idealized workflow. So they try it, they see the benefit of the solution, they go, oh, I want to adopt this, but then I think my business cannot because I don't have the workflows in place, I don't have the talents in place. Now, this is where we then say to them, hey, you know what, we have this internship programs with the Polite, so the Poly and the ITE, right? So the interns will come in, help you to deploy, right? And the intention is that after they help you to deploy after the internship, maybe some of the SMEs will consider giving them a return offer lah. Then they come back and continue to help to operate the AI tech. So that's what we're trying to do over here lah. Then of course the whole thing is backed by different grants that we stack together because ASME we hold a number of different grants for SMEs. Right, so typically there is hiring grants like CCP, there's training grants from SSG, but most importantly there's the tech implementation. We are working with NTUC CTC, so that's a 70% grant. ASME has a tranche from NTUC, and then we basically streamline the process for SMEs to adopt tech at a lower rate, at a lower cost, while providing the training and the hiring support, everything's all in.
How resistant do you find the business owners to adopting tech? Because some of them might be more resistant. Like, do you find that some are a lot more open-minded, or is it generally across the board there's a lot of resistance?
So if you try to do a top-down conversation with them, like you try to sell them the proposition, most of them will be against it because it's very foreign, and most of them think in terms of risk. They think in terms of their business is not ready. Like, oh, I have to then convince my stakeholders, or I have to get my operational staff that's also very 2G to do this. But when they actually come down and they try it for themselves, they see the benefits first. Right, then he puts them in a different mind space because now they say, okay, now I'm convincing myself I want this, but I will still tell you that, hey, ASME, I have limitations. Right, who's going to be the one educating my staff? Who's going to be the one that help us deploy, help us move the data and workflows into place? And say, that's where ASME comes in, right? So we bring the resources, we bring the know-hows, we help them navigate some of these things. But the most important part is that after they try, they become open to it.
Now that piqued my curiosity, I actually want to dive back to Alex and 𝐻𝗎𝗓. For you, Was there ever a point when you felt some sort of resistance towards adopting a new AI or technology in your business? Or were you always like, nope, I'm all game for it?
I'm happy to go first, right? I'm all game for it because I came from a technology background and sector, right? So I happen to ride the waves, the fintech waves, right? From AI to blockchain, and help different clients in my consulting role in the past to implement. So I totally agree with what he said. In fact, a lot of my conversations back then in the past was a lack of education on what it is. People only look at buzzword AI, and it's like this crystal ball that I don't dare to touch. I don't know what's the risk. I don't want to, shake my business up, right? But fundamentally, the truth of the matter is the technology itself is also evolving to make it easier and easier to adopt. So I think as a sector as a whole, if one is to have a few champions who step out and say, why don't we try, and you see successful use cases, generally I see that the adoption will fall like domino, right? So, but someone has to try and see whether that leads to really quantifiable outcomes, and 𝐭𝐿 is happy to take that step.
Awesome. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so I think AI is a little too advanced for me. Yeah, so I think in terms of digitalization, I can share two things. Just like I shared, I'm a third generation hawker. So my family actually has a store at Rodriguez-Schwartz, where the crowd over there is still of the older generation. And couple of months back, we actually turned the entire store fully digital. Yeah, so it was a crazy move. A lot of people say it was a suicidal move. But the fact is that we cannot hire enough people to actually run the place. So I think this kind of digitalization process, right, sometimes is, it takes time, but I think it's necessary, especially in the F&B space where it's so competitive now. When we first introduced that, there's a lot of training that's required I think what we did was we hired one headcount just to teach the customer and our staff how to use the system, how to adopt that. If not, when they see that, they just walk away. Yeah, so I think it's in terms of the implementation and implementation is easy. You just buy the machine and just put there. But how do you educate your customers or your staff to actually use it? I think that is the part that when we actually adopt something new, we need to put that additional resources there to make sure it's successful. And on our manufacturing level, we are always constantly looking at various digital solutions to make our staff life easier. But I feel that one of the things that actually I did with my team recently was we actually did a business process mapping. Right, so what is this business process mapping is to speak to every, let's say, for example, what is the process from getting a customer to eventually delivering the things to them? What is the entire process? Who are the people actually involved? So I feel that before any digital adoption, it is important for SMEs to actually have that business mapping process, right? To really understand where is the bottleneck of your company, and is there any duplication of work among your staff? So when we actually do that, I realize that actually this fella is doing this, that other person is also doing the same thing, and there's a lot of duplication of job scope within the process itself. And after you actually run the process, then you can see what are the digital adaptation that we should be, that can implement to really maybe reduce the headcount or to make the thing more efficient. Yeah.
I see. And 𝐭𝐿, was this a process or a process that you did at 𝐭𝐿 as well, like this digital mapping?
For some parts, yes, right? So because when I'm working with a technology mindset into an F&B business, right? So right from the onset, I was looking at SOP and processes, and I already knew where are the places I can get mileage. But at the same time, it's also important to strike a balance between the maturity of the business and how much resources you can put into tech, of which you do not disrupt and scare your employees, right? So I used to tell them as an example, like, for example, if our manager takes half an hour, 1 hour to just plan schedules, it could have been a one-click exercise for them, as an example. Another example can be like, for example, they take a long time to figure out what the production numbers for tomorrow, right? Is this school holiday, so should I reduce? But technically, AI can do all this. So sometimes I tell them we should not fear technology, right? We look at it holistically across the process, and where it makes sense, the total cost of ownership of technology, we should try. And it starts with a bit of education and nudging, and then once they play around, it becomes a bit easier. I think you generally, the current generation is quite susceptible to it.
And Pulse, for our audience who might be kind of like on the fence, what's a harsh reality you could give them on why this might be an area they want to consider more?
You mean for businesses or what?
For businesses who are like, okay, like I hear the examples of how, you know, adopting more digital tools and technology and AI could be helpful, but they're like, I'm low on the fence. What's a harsh reality or truth that you could share with them on why this matters?
Okay, well, if we zoom out a little bit from F&B spaces, right, just look at Singapore businesses in general. Well, Singapore companies, SMEs, we do charge higher than regional companies. So, and we justify that because by right, we have a skilled workforce, right? Good education system. So whatever we charge compared to, let's say, a Vietnamese company, Thai company, you know, even Malaysian company, we are more expensive, right? And that's true because we have historically a skilled workforce, so we can justify that. But what happens with AI is that it's a leveler, right? And what we get is that now your Thai companies, your Vietnamese companies, your Malaysian companies, right, they can use AI to produce similar levels of output to what Singapore companies can. And it used to be just talking about what graphic design, copywriting, but today it's more of what your data analytics, financial modeling, like legal trade, medical technology. So all of this being caught up, right? And now if your Thai company, your Vietnamese company, a Filipino company can do the same work a Singapore company can do, yet because of their infrastructure, energy and labor costs, rental is cheaper, right? Where's our competitive edge? Right? So for SMEs, right, that even if we do adopt technology, we're at the same level of competition and our costs are still higher. So what more if you are behind in terms of technology and you still have higher costs? How long can you justify that to your customers, to your clients? Right? So at some point it becomes like it's not a capability uplift. It's not just that it is, but it's really a survival issue for Singapore SMEs. Right?
Yeah, I say that as a matter of fact. So last week I outsourced one of the function at 1/3 the cost of what to get the same thing done in Singapore, and these guys are AI enabled. Just think about it, right? So I was looking around the industry and we started looking overseas and realized, right, we can actually, so the function is marketing, right? And realized not everything needs to be done here in Singapore. And I actually managed to save 2/3 of the cost just because I engaged someone, and they have very advanced features. It's kind of crazy, right? AI marketing. So I think I quite really agree that if businesses do not do a self-reflection with such an open economy, right, we'll make ourselves highly uncompetitive. And don't talk about scaling the division. It's not going to make sense.
I had this experience where, I'm going to get cancelled for saying this, but like I had this recent court case, right? So I sued a particular entity for a breach of contract, right? And it was settled in the High Court for, I think, $1.6 million. Now the crazy thing is that the whole contract, right, was 100% written by ChatGPT. Not lawyer vetted, right? The lawyer, okay, I know, on hindsight, stupid idea, right? Who was going to put $1.6 million behind ChatGPT, right? Like, the subscription cost $20. But I did. At that point, I thought it was a good idea, okay, at that point, right? But I did have to hire a human lawyer to fight for me in court, right? To go to the registrar and submit my case and whatnot, right? But the contract was purely drafted by ChatGPT. It held water, right? And it went through, right? Would I do it again? Probably not, but it was a good experiment.
It works.
It was okay,
Yeah,
but my point is this: like, as a Singapore enterprise, I'm not giving the business to my Singapore law firms. And I'm sorry, guys, if you're watching, right? but like that's the economic reality. Like, I would only hire the lawyer to fight for me at this juncture, right? And if I, as a Singapore company, am not supporting local, so what more is it going to be for the reality for everybody else? You get what I mean, right? So I'm sitting at ASME, I should be in the best position to do this, but I'm still not doing it because economic cost is simply too much difference, right? So that's what we are facing, essentially.
Is this a sentiment that the two of you also share, or do you have a different perspective?
Yeah, I fully agree to that as well, because sometimes it's not just about like what we don't adopt, but if, let's say, our competitors are the one that is adopting, and they are able to price cheaper than us, and we lose that competitive advantage, we will lose the business in the long run. So sometimes in a way where everyone is like looking at cost cutting, trying to sell cheaper, I think we are being forced in that situation as well.
Yeah, but maybe not as risk-taking as him. But I have, for example, set up new B2B. We need to create forms or ordering processes. It's done by ChatGPT in 5 seconds for a lot of forms. So this is a real thing. I don't have to pay anyone for it. Like they were like, oh, Buzz, how do I do this? ChatGPT. The answer is out, and then we're using it live. So I'm using it live in my business to create some of the new processes, new business unit. And from my point of view, they're super cost efficient, pretty much free. Of course, we take ownership of the output, right? But that with the right kind of review, right? I think it's a much cost efficient way to do it. The only thing I want to caution as well is that the over reliance. Sometimes, right, on such tools where you don't take ownership, right, and you assume it's right, then I think that might lead to a risk exposure that you don't want to put your business at. So some of these considerations, I feel as we adopt technology, we must also be cautious about that.
Right. Are there any other often overlooked considerations that similar to what you just shared that you've encountered as well, like things that people would maybe blindly do and then they realize like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, or any other mistakes that you've seen when it comes to adopting AI or other digital technologies?
Yeah, maybe I can go first. Yeah, so among my manufacturing friends, a lot of them actually adopt ERP system, right? And that's like a 6-digit software, very expensive, very advanced as well. And a lot of them adopt because I think EDG grant covers a good half of it. But actually, when you really adopt such software or such system, right, I believe that it is very important to really understand what you need and have the right people to do the implementation as well as doing the training. Yeah, so I think a lot of SME actually miss that out. They just, okay, I think it's a better system, government subsidized, okay, just implement. Then they implement already, they realize that because the staff are not really trained to do it, or the implementation is not executed well, it actually backfire. And a lot of them say that, hey, wow, this one is even more trouble. It creates more, a big mess to the company. Yeah, and I see that in a lot of my friends, and hence I feel that it's important for you to really do that, to understand what's the challenge that your company is facing, and you can look for customized software that can address that. So for example, if you have problem keeping track of your customer list, maybe just adopt a CRM system. You have problem with fleet management like us, just get a fleet management system for the time being, until maybe you really scale to that certain level and you have that resources in place to really do that full adoption of the ERP system, because those are the systems that are actually used by the MNCs. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people may not have actually understood the total cost of ownership of a technology, and that doesn't mean it's just the cost of the software. It is the hours of labor of people trying to train and may or may not learn and adopt, and wastages or erroneous transactions that go through, or unnecessary functions that drive new unnecessary processes. These are all cost to business. So I think a lot of times when it comes to jumping on some 6-digit software, they didn't realize maybe a quick RPA can solve that fairly quickly at a very cheap price. And maybe because they're not so familiar with the sector, they jump in quickly because others do it, and then didn't realize that it's going to make them in a worse outcome than they really intended for it to be. So I think it's quite important to do the right due diligence, ask the right people, especially in the sector who has adopted, right? What are their experience and whether they can truly enjoy the benefits.
Building on what both Alex and 𝐻𝗲𝐿 said, right? I think Singaporean enterprise tend to associate this very closely with government grants. If the government is giving us money for it, I'm going to do it, right? And the way the grants are structured is project-based. They don't like to do the prototype, then you do 2, 3, 4 phases, right? I myself, my own company, when I build, right, first of all, I use government grant, but when I build software, okay, I use government grant for other things, but not to build software. But I build software, typically what I do is I chop it up into phases, I do prototyping, right? Because I kind of know the specs I want, and then I will do a very small one, and then I prototype a MVP, and then I slowly grow a commitment in terms of the commitment, and I modularize it. The vendors hate it, right? But I think it's a better measure of risk. But that's because I'm tech savvy, right? So I can imagine if the SME is really the dinosaur kind, right? Then it's a bit hard lah. You don't know where to cut, right? If you ask a vendor to cut, of course, the vendor will cut it in a way that
They don't have luxury and they don't have the leverage either to make the vendor cut for them. So it's not so easy actually on the process.
Yeah, it's not so straightforward. The other kind is then they swing to the other end. The very young ones will do the vibe coding, right? They use the vibe code to code like cursor and whatnot, right? To code. The problem with that is that the same cybersecurity vulnerabilities are duplicated over and over and over again. Because when they first trained the code, right, there were certain vulnerabilities already. So AI actually doesn't code new things. It mismatches, right, with a recipe of what it existingly has. So the same vulnerabilities gets recoded, and mass exploited, right? Oh, okay, we're almost time up. Sorry, I got distracted by that. Yeah, but yes. So both sides of the fence you still do need the technical talent to do this, unfortunately.
Awesome. So we are nearing the end of our conversation today. So as one final question for all three of you, looking ahead at the next 12 or so months, what do you think is one digital capability or practice that you think will really separate the quote-unquote winners from the rest?
I'm still placing my bet on AI, right? I think even look at the development of AI itself, not just adoption, but AI in terms of mashing up use cases for F&B sector, right? I think it's fundamentally at very, very early stages. We're seeing how some of the other sectors have been able to capitalize on the opportunities of this. And I think the next 12 months, right, I hope the industry also will adopt this and enjoy the benefits of the technology.
Well, for us, I should not say this on air, but right, ASME, we have allocated a budget of my KPI lah. It's the next 12 months. We're going to use $10 million from the CTC grant to help SMEs adopt AI and do digital transformation, right? So if you find your grant journey very difficult, please come to us. We'll help you streamline process. Yes, please come to us, right? So I have $10 million to swing for the next 12 months. Please come to us. I got money to give away.
Alex?
Okay, for me, for the way I look at F&B now, I think it's very important to stay lean and to run at a very efficient level. Yeah, and I think the way to do it, for F&B is, if you have big overhead costs like a central kitchen, it's good to pass on to professionals like Simple Food Solutions to actually do it for you. And it is important for you. I think just now what we covered, outsourcing certain aspects to be it overseas or to professionals as well. Because I think cost is going to be on a rise for F&Bs, and in order to stay competitive against whoever competitors in the market, it is important for you to really stay very lean. Yeah. So if another crisis comes, at least you are not very exposed. Yeah.
You take the risk for them, right?
Yeah, we take the risk, and for us to mitigate our risk is to have more customers. That's how we do it.
I feel like you two are selling services to me in life.
Win-win, right? Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much to all three of you for sharing your perspectives today. And to our listeners who are joining us on the live stream, thank you for being here, and we'll see you in the next session.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Check, check, mic check, check. 1, 2. Before we continue, we'd like to thank the partners who make the Financial Coconut Business Live Show at FL Asia 2025 possible. First of all, the big shout out to Neon Global, powering us with reliable electricity sockets throughout the events, and also to Aperture for the professional lighting that keeps our stage bright and looking amazing. Thank you for supporting us and keeping the conversations flowing over here at TFC Business Show Live at FL Asia 2025. Coming up next at 4:10 p.m. in the afternoon, right here at FL Asia in the Financial Coconut Business Show Live over here with us at Franchising and Licensing Asia 2025. We have a special business sharing session on the iBoost vending machine franchise. So if you've seen the popular iJuice orange juice vending machines across Singapore, you will be excited to know that iBoost is the latest addition to the fresh juice vending machine scene. And they are bringing something new, that is a apple juice vending machines. Our guest for this session is 𝐷𝗵𝑒𝐿, the COO for MYUS Holdings, the company behind iJuice and iBoost. And this conversation will be hosted by Reggie, our Chief Financial Coconut. So if you're curious about franchising opportunities in the fast-growing vending machine space, this is your chance to get the inside scoop. Grab a seat, grab a cup of iJuice or iBoost juices, and join us for the live session coming up next at 4:10 p.m. only here at the TFC Business Show live at FL Asia 2025.
Welcome back to TFC Business Show at Franchising Licensing Asia 2025. This is the last segment. You can tell I'm very tired already, right? But every year I work with you on the last segment, right? So this particular segment, I'm very excited to be with 𝐷𝗵𝑒𝐿 from iBoost. Yes, I know it's the viral video, right? Recently got viral video, right?
Yeah, very viral.
Who did this viral video?
Not sure.
So yeah, before the event, we did a viral video. Okay, cannot say we did a viral video. We did a video.
It became viral.
Trying to explain the iBoost opportunity, and it became viral. And there are a lot of questions in the video. So I'm very happy to be here with 𝐷𝗵𝑒𝐿 to share a little bit more and answer some of these questions. Okay, so for our audience that don't know you, although you came last year, can you just introduce yourself?
Hey everyone. Thanks for having me this year again, but on a different platform, a different responsibility. So I'm actually the COO for the groups that owns the iBoost machines, vending machines and smart robotic machines, we call it. Yeah, so I'm in charge of all the expansions and also including our pizza business as well. Yeah.
And Derek is a seasoned professional in this category, right? And it's important. I mean, if you buy into any franchise, you want to know that the people behind it know what they are doing, right? Because sometimes we talk about it, there are some people that just try one or two outlets, then they start franchising already.
Yes.
Right? So that's not what we want.
Yeah.
Okay? So maybe give us a bit of idea, right? Like this business that you guys are doing, because US Pizza is around, yes, but iBoost is this like new thing that you're building. And when I came, I saw like, oh my God, there were like so many like juice machines. Like, oh, got pear, got sugar cane, got everything, right? Tell us.
Yeah, so I think in Singapore market, I think we have been here for more than 10 years actually. But then all this while we are behind the scenes, like most of the machine you see is actually from us, right?
Really?
So it's just that due to some NDA and some white labels, we can't share that's from us. So
the other juice machine is
no, those are smaller ones.
Other machines are
smaller ones. But the big one that we saw, actually they actually said they revolutionized the whole orange machines industry, right?
Yes.
So, but I think we still have a very good platform to introduce the next one, which is what we're doing now. We have orange, we also have apple, and we are the first Asia brand that offers mixed fruits machine, smart robotic machine, where you can, inside the machine there's apple and also oranges. So you can either choose apple, orange, or apple plus orange.
Yeah, they were telling me, hey, that one got charm one.
The charm one.
It's a new style.
Oh, it's a charm. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the kind of business opportunity here? What's the business case? Because you guys have already piloted with a few machines, right? So what have you learned? What does it look like?
So if we look at the friendly. The pioneer brands that have in the I brand that we have in the market.
Look at the video. Look at the video.
Right. So they are everywhere, right? So they have the set the pace of every few meters away. They have that machine. So I think if we also put that side by side, I think it's compliments to the consumer out there to choose whether they want orange juice today and tomorrow an apple juice or a combination. So I think it's not a competition, but I think there's a great opportunity there to allow or to offer the consumer another choice. Yeah. So I think in business there's always, if there's more varieties, more choices, I think it will stay the competition, or so-called you will stay alert and be more agile when you do your next business case.
Yeah. Okay. But your machine is not exactly new here, right? You already have a few. And I met one or two of them while we were filming, right? So I do want to understand, like, what is a average kind of turnaround, or how many cups can you sell a day? Because on the comment section in the video I say 50 cups, right? Then they say 𝐿𝐿𝐵𝗁 can sell 50 cups, right? But apparently some of your marketing guys tell me, hey, 50 is too low, our reference is higher, right? So can you, based on not prediction, but based on whatever that's already happening at Sunshine Plaza, at some of these
so
outlets?
just to go back a little bit what you said just now, in fact we have almost coming to 30 locations that available in Singapore market, right? So in terms of course in business, every location have its uniqueness, right? So some location will probably have higher footfall, things like that, right? I think averagely 30 to 40 cups is actually an average for us.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think apple is something very novel. It's a novelty to the market, right? Something new. Orange juice is everywhere, but then it doesn't stop us from introducing more than just orange, apple. Now we even have sugar cane and pear.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's another question about supply chain, right? So some people in the comment section are saying, okay, then the apple perishable, what happened? But they never ask orange juice, right? So I also want to know, like, from your operational, when you run the machines, how does that look like?
So if
as a franchisee also, right?
If a franchisee or licensee interested to own the machine, there's actually two sides. I mean, two ways to own it and manage it. So one is hands-on operator. So you do it on your own. You do refilling, you do cleaning, which is very easy. You actually do it in less than an hour. You can do of course we will train them how to do it, and then that's very easy. The other one is actually a hands-off So if the investor don't want to do anything, just to invest, we can provide the service of doing that for them, refilling, maintaining the machines for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then can I put up my own apples?
Sorry?
Must I take apples from you?
Can you
I can put up
you
my own
can,
apples.
You can, because when you
I
do,
could be an orange, I could be like an apple
You can.
distributor, a fruit stall.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
Of course you can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are no restrictions.
No
on that
restriction.
front.
Yeah.
Okay. And then from a collective marketing standpoint, like what are y'all doing to try to
So-
promote this thing further?
So one of the beauty of the machine is that it's very data driven, right? So the science behind the machine is actually data analytic that will allows the owner or the brand owner to know the stock levels, the sales inventory. All those will give them a trigger on their apps on the phone. So because of that, then you will know that whether is there a time for you to do the maintenance or refilling if they are doing it on their own. It's also for us to track the sustainability of that machines, and if there's any breakdown or downtime, we will be able to fix it as soon as possible. I think that is something that the machine has been built, or the software that we actually, the whole machines, the look and feel is actually by us, designed by in Singapore itself, and then of course the software is also designed by Singapore itself, but of course the machine is from China. That's you can tell that, right? So of course that gives us a sense of the affordability that we can actually offer to the consumer out there.
Okay. And then based on whatever that you're seeing on the internet, you know, like the video and all that.
Recent viral one?
Recent viral video,
Okay.
yes, by yours truly.
Okay.
You know, are there certain things you want to say to the comments?
Well, I told my team that it's okay that whether Reggie said the correct info or not so correct info.
Cannot decide.
No, actually,
He's
whatever.
correcting me live.
Yeah, no, actually, it's not about correct, right info or not right info. It's about every business have different sets of science behind it, right? So some you have to take calculated risk. Some is actually, it depends on the business environment. So whatever it is, like you mentioned, like how many cups, that is actually depending on how good that owner of the machine actually do the refilling. Sometimes the cups low is because he never have time to go and do refill, and he don't want to pay for the service, things like that. So I think there is always a reason why certain business is going up and down. So why business are doing well in certain areas, it depending on how much we take care. So if you are not so sure whether you want to invest and you want to manage, then take up the service that we can offer. Yeah.
Okay. And I think in the business of vending machine, location is damn important. You know, I mean, F&B in general, location is important, but vending machine just feels like it's super important.
Yeah.
So based on the data sets that you have, you know, what you guys have learned, also deploying in Malaysia and all that, right? So like what are the good location? Where should we fight to get the location?
Well, the best location is to follow the high brand.
Wherever they are, you open the
Yeah.
apple juice next to
Like
it.
I said, that's as a compliment and offer of variety to the consumer, right? Because that's an open space that we can actually request from the landlords. So other than that, I think it's the public
They do
transportation.
business do too long already.
Yeah.
You know all the nooks and tricks. It's not theory.
Yeah.
It's not open here. Just open next door.
But of course, they also have location that is not doing so well. It's okay. But then I think this business model is about scalability and about convenience of the lifestyle of Singaporean, right? So everywhere you go, you can just want to grab a cup of orange on apple. It's at your convenience. So I think that's what we are aiming for. That's why when you ask me how many locations, probably we said 400 to 500. That's a possible locations or even more.
Okay.
Right.
okay.
But that's a very
but
conservative.
are there prime ones? Like based on your honest, is it the university dorms or is it like CBD? You know, just so I understand. Like what do you think are some of the best ones?
I think in the one that we have currently, I think the CBD area is doing well, but the public transportation like MRT nearby area where people walk past, that is also doing well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just grab and go, and it's very fast, right? So and it's just very convenient. Yeah.
Okay. But people should try to look for spaces that already understand vending machines
Yes.
and already have vending machines, right? Because many years ago I considered doing the vending machine business.
Oh,
Many years ago.
you can consider again.
Yes. I can be an
Yeah, you can
ambassador.
consider-
Right, so,
yeah,
let's
you
talk.
can
Let's talk
consider-
after this.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Many years ago, I considered, and I recognize that it's very difficult to convince landlords that don't have the infrastructure or don't understand this.
Oh, you are wrong.
to
Just
do-
now, this morning, starting early this morning when the show starts, there are a few landlords to come to us and then.
You see, times have changed.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
so
yes.
that is the big part of how things evolve as a business.
Last time, landlords, for example, certain malls will say that, I have other F&B beverage players there, so I don't allow vending
Or
machines.
they'll put the
but-
vending machine at the back.
So
Nobody
I think
go on
now-
other than
now
the smoking
it's
corner.
very different now. Yes, very different now because it's just an offer of convenience, and also not everyone have a same spending power. You see.
Okay. Is there a particular target audience from a consumer standpoint that you guys target for? Or is it everybody also can drink
Everybody
juice?
can drink, but I think in particular, I think those that really health conscious, knowing that fruit, and more so our fruit juice here is no sugar added, no water added, no preservative. It's really fresh pressed juice. So I think this is something that the modern society or the newer, younger parents will want the kids to have. A lot of convenience.
But I got a bit of feedback. The apple press really can be faster. No? I stand on that and say, wow, this apple juice taking a bit long. But I understand, apple not easy to press.
Later we press again.
Okay, later I press, see whether it's faster. And if you are tuning in and you have not visited the booth.
You do the next video for me.
Okay.
You show them that it's faster.
Very fast. I accelerate. But yes, if you are coming to the Franchising Licensing Asia, or if you are coming the next few days, definitely check out the booth. What's the booth number?
The booth number.
It's next door. I know my booth number is AD37, 2 lanes down.
Yes.
Right, come and say hi first. AD37,
Yes.
2 lanes down. Look for iBoost and potentially explore your next franchise business.
Yes.
Great. That's it for today.
Thank you so
You will
much.
be around for the next few days, or you're flying?
My team will be here.
Okay, his team will be around. Check them out. And with that, that's all for today. This is the wrap of day 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.